everyone. We will ask each delegation to please be seated appropriately in order to begin this second day of the forum. We will begin with the panel on clean water and sanitation, SDG 6. So welcome. We welcome everyone who's with me here on this panel. The moderator is Carolina Gonzalez from Argentina. She is from the Special Temporary Under Secretary of International Affairs and Federal Cooperation in the Ministry of Social Development of Argentina. Welcome, Carolina. And I will introduce the other colleagues, Freddy Mamani, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia, whom will address us by video link. And then Pavel Isla Contreras, Minister of Economic Affairs, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Mario Lubetkin, who is the Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. Daniel Tugues, Deputy General Manager of Aguas Andinas. And Ruth Spencer from Yale International Alliance of Antigua and Barbuda. And so I would like to recognize our moderator, Catalina Gonzalez, to begin. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a new work meeting within the sixth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And so this is the first panel on SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. In fact, this panel should have been moderated by the Minister of Social Development in Argentina, but unfortunately the Minister was unable to accompany us, and also Victoria has had a tremendous commitment to the theme, and that today she is heading the unit for the coordination of social policies and been working with the National Congress on these bills everything related to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And so there is a major commitment by the Ministry of Development that I represent in relation to this theme. I will try to be very brief because the idea is that the experts who were convened be able to speak, and later we will be providing a summary, but it is important to leave time for the interventions by the delegations. I would like to remind everyone that you have 7 minutes for your presentation. So I will try and ask you to keep to that time. Today we're here to speak of SDG 6. And nothing that I can say here is unfamiliar to you. We know that clean water is a human right, it is the source of life, and that to a great extent in the planet implies the survival of people. And we see it in the document put forward by ECLAC that this has been an area of progress in terms of access to drinking water and sanitation in Latin America and the Caribbean, but there are still tremendous shortcomings. When we take a look at the figures on this, are childbearing, and we realize that there are many people who still have no access to drinking water, millions of people that still have no access to basic sanitation. We're talking of latrines. In Argentina, the ministry, they recently launched a national federal sanitation plan to intervene in various regions of the country and progressively do away with latrines, and being able to access hygiene and technical training on the relevance of having access to drinking water and sanitation. And we also know that there are many remarkable differences in terms of access to water in the different regions. We understand that it is not the same to live in a rural area or an urban area. We know that the governance of water today implies a gender perspective, and as Aklak says, also implies adding to this the view of the Afro descendants and indigenous people and young people. And so we're facing a challenge toward a sustainable, inclusive water transition. And we need various players in the area of economy, politics, social matters, and others go hand in hand in order to convene the sustainable actions. And so, having said this, we will begin with the panel, which is what we are all waiting for. This panel will be initiated by Elisa Contreras, Minister of Economic Affairs and Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. And he has a degree in economy from the Technological Institute of Santo Domingo, where he graduated in 1988, and also has a master's in economic policy at the National University of Costa Rica in 1994. Has a PhD in economy from the University of Massachusetts in 2003, and has an important research with various international agencies, and has taught at various universities of the Dominican Republic. Pavel, welcome. The floor is yours.
Muy bueno. Good morning, everyone. So, pleasure on behalf of the government of the Dominican Republic to present in this venue regarding the water issue, which is so important in the government policy agenda. I will follow the steps of what was discussed last January or February in the water dialogue. Clean water, sanitation, and water integrated management reforms in the Dominican Republic to make progress in SDG 6, and I will break it down into parts. Situation of the country, water and sanitation, what are the institutional arrangements we will have to transform, what are the reforms and the policies that we are focusing in terms of water stress. Dominican Republic has a favorable water balance. There's surplus compared to most regions in the world in terms of precipitation and water availability compared to evapotranspiration. And in spite of that, we must say, in spite of that positive balance, which is only overcome by South America, the rest of the Americas has a more precarious water balance. The country is under a significant water stress. We are among the 100 countries with the highest levels of water stress between 17 and 21, close to 40%, but focusing towards 56% by 2025. So there's a speed up of the water stress, and there's an increased imbalance between supply and demand. Only 8 or 9% of use goes to 40% would be optimal. Increased demand in the context of a very dynamic economy, with significant growth, and over exploitation and degradation of the aquifers added to climate change effects, and you know that. And in spite of that, there are huge imbalances. There are regions that are not so affected by the water stress, and others that are extremely affected. And this map shows the higher water stress areas. Now, in terms of the irrigation, in a few words, what we can say is that it is quite inefficient. And lots of waste. There's a significant irrigation coverage, a significant percentage of coverage of land that is irrigated is so, but these systems are traditional irrigation systems that use 80% of the irrigated surface, and the implications are clear. In these irrigation systems, low effective use of water between 18 and 25%. The rest is wasted. There's very low farming productivity. There's a trend to salinization in the soil erosion. There's a significant pollution of the aquifers because the water just runs off and runs into the aquifers, not irrigation water, and then reduced supply for other uses, especially drinking water. And the chart shows a significant proportion of all water production devoted to irrigation. And from that percentage, a significant part is definitely wasted. In terms of drinking water and sanitation, these are significant gaps to be bridged. the SDG 6.1 and 6.2, there's a significant nominal coverage of water and sanitation, but low effective coverage. As you see in one of the charts, 93% of households have access to water network, but only 55% has it available inside the household. 9% of households receive 1 day a week, and 34% receives water supply. Only 34% receive a supply 6 to 7 days in the week. Because of that, there's a significant pocket expenditure because of regressive distributive impacts. Q1 spends 3 times more as a percentage of the household expenditure compared to quintile 5. Low coverage of sanitation services, 24% of households with toilets connected to sewer system, only 10% of wastewater, only 10% of wastewater are collected, and below 20% are somehow treated. And a significant percentage of water that is not accounted for is significant water losses. Between 45 and 82% of treated water become technical and commercial losses. And the result is lack of financial sustainability of the water utility companies. In terms of institutional arrangements, or institutional misarrangement, I should say, there's a weaker regulatory framework for integrated water resources management, SDG 6.5, lack of agency policies and tariffs for water management, usage conflicts, and significant threat to ecologic flow rates because they are not protected. And in terms of indicator 6.5.1 of integrated implementation for water resources, 36 over 100. So we don't pass the test. There's a lack of regulatory framework for irrigation management, decentralized and partial management only led by irrigation boards are very important for a better irrigation management. That was a significant step, but that step was taken 20 years ago, and no further steps have been taken. There are weaknesses in terms of management, and tariffs that are way below marginal costs. And there's a very weak regulatory framework for sanitation and drinking water services. Institutional fragmentation, insufficient collection in tariffs, lack of financial sustainability in the water utilities, underinvestment and insufficient coverage, very low investment on wastewater treatment, which translates into increased pollution of the aquifers and the soils. Some reform proposals. The Dominican government is proposing a water compact that supports the new institutional arrangements that we should have, and that water pact should start by recognizing of a triple dimension: water as a natural resource, human right, but at the same time as an economic resource, and also recognizing. Please, can you share my presentation? SDG 6.1 and 6.2, access to drinking water. 6.4, efficient water use. 6.5, integrated management of water systems, and 6.6, water-related ecosystems. And the other proposal based on the signing of this water pact, general water legislation, there is a proposal for a new water legislation as a regulatory framework that will allow for integrated water resources management. Proposal includes creating a single water authority in the nation, adopting watershed-based water management policies, and the adoption of policies for rights of use from up in the mountains, in the valleys, and down to disposal of wastewater, and the adoption of policies for water rights that doesn't exist in the Dominican Republic, and drinking water and sanitation services regulation. That's the third stage. First stage, this water pact, then a general water legislation, and drinking water and sanitation regulation in parallel to do irrigation management. But we are not going to wait for those institutional transformations. regarding water management. We must act now, and we are doing it in order to hasten the achievement of SDG 6. In that sense, uh, we have done several things in terms of governance and institutional arrangement. What we're doing is to reinforce coordination efforts. Since the administration of President Abinadel took office, he created a water cabinet because of the absence of a regulation. He created a cabinet in innovation to meet every single week, every Tuesday at 5 p.m. The water cabinet sits down and coordinates water issues. The second, reinforcing coordination among the water utilities that are eight water utilities in the country in terms of financing and investment. We've seen a significant increase of public expenditure, especially both in general issues related to water, but also in drinking water and sanitation in particular, trying to achieve SDGs 6.1, 6.2, and 6.5 of the SDGs, rehabilitation of irrigation systems, significant investment on drinking water and sanitation. The Ministry of Economics is guiding this policy, and there's been a significant increase of investment. 24% of the investment projects, of all investment projects in the country, are focused on drinking water and sanitation, and 71% out of that 24% is focused on drinking water and sanitation. Finally, capacity building, two sides, strengthening the water utility management capabilities, for example, collection, and strengthening data management. Without data, there cannot be good policy nor good drinking water and sanitation management policies. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por tu intervención. Pablo. Le vamos a dar la palabra.
Now, I would like to offer the floor to Mario Lubitkin, the Uruguayan journalist and matters of cooperation. Madam joined FAO in 2014 as head of the Eastern Communications Office, and then he worked as cabinet head, deputy general director, supporting general director in different internal strategic matters. So you have 7 minutes, Mario. Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Carolina, and thank you, Marisol. This debate, I'd like to first greet members of this table. My friend Pavel Isa Contreras, Minister of Economy and Planning of the Dominican Republic, Freddy Mamani, Vice Minister of Daniel Urtues, and Ruth Spencer from Yale International Alliance, Antigua and Barbuda. I'd like to thank for the invitation by ICMAC's Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar, to hold this debate regarding such a strategic topic such as SDG 6. I think one of the priorities of FAO has been to improve technical cooperation to our member states for integrated management of water management in a scenario of higher pressure on these resources, especially aggravated by climate change. Currently, 2.4 billion people live under water stress, and 10% of the world population live in countries that are undergoing critical and elevated water stress. Water is one of the most valuable resources in the world and is key for farming. More than 95% of the food are produced on land through the use of soil and water. In summary, and this is for us a basic concept, water is food, food is water. According to FAO's estimates, by 2050, world production will grow by 50% compared to 2012 in order to meet the increasing demands for food. If the current conditions remain, this will demand at least 35% more fresh water. That's to say, 1/3 more. It is a huge challenge, of course, thinking of these numbers, considering that the number of people that suffer from hunger, because this is connected, of course, already reached 128 million people in 2021, which assumes an increase of 46 million since 2020. In the case of the region, the impact of a number of overlapping crises has increased or has an impact in the increase of malnutrition and hunger in all its forms. The more recent data submitted in the regional landscape report that we offer every year together with other sister agencies under the United Nations system, stated that between 2015 and 2021, food insecurity in Latin America and the Caribbean grew by almost 100 million, and the number of people that suffer from hunger went from 43 million pre-COVID more than 56 million in 2021. Also, Latin America is one of the most widely affected regions by climate change. We know that there are a number of countries that are undergoing that situation. Its effects are multiplying the frequency and the intensity of drought and floods in many countries, and approximately three-fourths of natural disasters are related to water. That's clear information, such as what happens in other sectors in the region. Inequality is persistent in the field of water, according to the Water Supply and Sanitation and Hygiene Monitoring Program of WHO. 161 million people, 25% of the population, still lack basic sanitation and water. These gaps are also shown in rural areas, where 24 million people do not have access to sanitation facilities and safe water, with a significant impact because of chronic children's malnutrition. Latin America, though, is also a region with huge opportunities. We do not only talk about crises or problems, we must also talk about opportunities. Latin America has more than one third of total fresh water available in the world, with more than 9% of the world population, and with an average of 28,000 cubic meters of water per capita a year, 4 times more compared to the worldwide average. That's an important difference. Therefore, we need to start using water sustainably and equitably, with actions focused on transforming agri-food systems. From FAO, we have created technical assistance mechanisms so that countries in the region, and we have several projects running with several of the countries that are here present, may adopt an inclusive water governance and multidisciplinary approach in order to organize the territory in water through sustainable and resilient farming, through climate change, and more inclusive rural societies. And this is what we heard before. In the recent water conference in March 2023, FAO organized a Water and Agriculture for Climate side event that was led by the Climate Action Platform for Latin America and Caribbean, PLACA, a collaboration mechanism in climate action for farming in the region, in which FAO, together with ECLAC, act as a secretariat, and that has to do with the partnership in society. That is a key in our work. In this event, we analyzed the opportunities to meet the increasing world demand for food from the region, but at the same time, how to face the vulnerability of unequal water supply and the seasonality stress and the increasing demand because of the effects of climate change. In such discussions as FAO, we have adopted several commitments to contribute to water management for farming and food security, just like other sustainable development goals. We will support governments in preparing the national roadmaps for water as an instrument that will try to foster collective action and the coordination among different stakeholders for governance of water resources associated to existing plans and strategies by identifying financial resources to enforce those. For example, we will strengthen global dialogue on water trends through national strategies for integrated management of drought. So we will guide our work so that countries and farmers may have digital tools, for example, to make planning decisions regarding their crops, including irrigation systems. We will work on creating a worldwide water portal as an integrated service hub to manage the water that will receive information that is already available in different portals and existing platforms. As a custodian of SDG 6, according to the goal regarding to the efficient use of water resources and a reduction of water stress, we will continue to work in order to improve management capability and also data analysis in order to develop necessary policies that will contribute to the achievement of this goal. As who preceded me data are key in order to define the right policies. From our point of view, there's no food security without water security. It is impossible to decouple those. And this is a conclusion that we keep repeating as a call to reinforce intersectoral support for an efficient, consistent, and effective water resources management. We must promote programs and interventions that would ensure the protection of the rights of our peoples and the achievement of international objectives socially and economically and environmentally, redirecting the link between food, the environment, and water. You may rest assured that we will keep making progress along this way. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mario. And thank you for sticking to the time allowed. And we immediately hand over to Daniel Tugues. He is an engineer from Catalunya University, master and MBA in water management. He has 15 years experience in water sanitation structure as well as waste management. In Chile, he was business manager of Quality Chile and Suez Chile. He became general manager in Spain. He became head of operations and circular economy. He is now at Aguas Andinas, and his post is deputy general manager. Daniel, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I am here representing the private sector, and the document of recommendations brings in a role for a PP collaboration. This morning, we were asked to talk about the Chilean model and particularly Aguas Andinas. Let me first introduce to you Aguas Andinas. That is the sanitation company that serves most of the metropolitan area of Santiago with 8 million inhabitants. And we in the long term have a concession that takes up the whole water cycle from the watershed to the reservoir and to the last treatment of wastewater. Let me tell you a couple of features of the Chilean model for those of you who don't know and come from abroad. For 25 years, it was decided that we would include the private sector because of some of the advantages that have already been mentioned here. And that I'm talking about the inclusion or the speeding up of the mobilization of resources in order to face challenges. This is the model that was based on the long term with private operators coming from large groups of experts in water management and with a self-financing and efficient tariff. Self-financing, everything is paid, including investment and operation, and efficient, that is, we don't pay for everything. There are also complementation of subsidies to ensure that the service will be accessible to everyone, notwithstanding their economic status. So, what has this model achieved? I will go over the 2.5 decades that Aguas Andinas has been functioning. We have been facing different challenges by decades. Let's start by the first decade in 99. And the main challenge then was wastewater treatment. During those days, the treatment in Santiago was at 3% of water treated. And as a result, there were many environmental issues, health issues, and there were enteric disease outbreaks because the water that was used for irrigation was then used for drinking water. As Mario said, there's a close relation between water and health. So the first challenge was water treatment. $1.2 billion of investment, and now we have 100% of these waters are treated. And I don't think any other country have this kind of coverage. From the technological standpoint, we were able to have a long-term treatment. We were looking for the inclusion of new technology, and we wanted to migrate not only from the engineering standpoint, that is treating wastewaters, but for 10 years now, we have entered circular economy. So we're not talking about water treatment, we're talking about biofactories. If you have been able to visit one of the plants that we have here, Barval, Alfano, you are cordially invited. These are plants that were awarded by UN for its collaboration to water treatment and sanitation. We know that it's not an issue of treatment. The focus has to do with the investment that is needed, but we need clean water for reutilization right now in agriculture, in irrigation, and industrial and environmental use. And soon we will also support the drought that we're facing here. We are talking about organic fertilizers and energy as power with cogeneration in one of the plants and an upgrading in biogas into biomethane. And this will be reinjected into the city, and this will help out with the heating and with the cooking in households. So everything is reused. That was the first decade. And now, one of the things that has been mentioned in climate change is that Chile is one of the places where we have more quickly and more seen this climate change and with greater severity. By mid-century, we had tremendous harsh effects of climate change. So, what about the next decade? We received a new series of challenges. The first symptom of climate change came with extreme events. We depend on two mountain range rivers that provide water. But whereas when there's a lot of rainfall in the mountain ranges, the water is darkened and we cannot irrigate and get water. But in the 90s, we had four large events, and they would occur every 3 years. And that was acceptable. But as of 2000, we had 9 events, one per year. In 2010, we had 51 events. So this was a tremendous challenge in terms of the continuity of the service and human access to water. So we had to make a lot of diagnosis, investment, and the deployment of technology. But finally, we are now at the end of that decade of resilience. After tremendous amounts of investment, we have gone from a very little resilient system into a very resilient system. Last year, we invented turbidity that lasted more than 100 hours, where we couldn't draw water from the river. And now the resilience of land has overcome these events without affecting our water supply. But naturally, we can never celebrate when we're happy, when we are overcoming extreme events. Then we came into scarce times. As of 2011, we already had it, but this became even worse as of 2019. When I'm talking about the rivers that feed us, had half or one third of historic flows. And this is the current situation, a new situation of planning, diagnosis, and investment that is also seen in the report. We agree that the solutions are no longer in the hands of companies or cities. We have to have an integrated management of watersheds together with other users. And we have done that. We have come to have an agreement with all irrigation boards that have to do with this water in order to give priority to human use. But there are certain compensation that will help out the situation of the farmers and the irrigators, and we have taken up commitments in order to rebalance the watershed, and that's where we're at. We have invested about 300 to 500 million that are needed for next few years. And that is a big challenge. And we will wait for the next wave of events. That was my presentation. I wanted to tell you about the Chilean model and Aguas Antina with the PPP system, which we believe has been very successful. And we hope that we can share these lessons learned with you. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. We will now hand over to Ruth Spencer. She comes from Antigua and Barbuda. She graduated from jail and she is a passionate of integrated management that involves persons focusing project management. He has a master's degree from DIG. And one of her great interests has to do with technology to improve the lives of vulnerable groups. She was awarded a National Global Award for Antigua in June 2015. She was a coordinator for small donations, and she has been a part of several commissions that have to do with water and financing. She was also awarded by the gender department from Barbuda because of her efforts in the environment. And she has also been awarded by her work in that same subject. And she has also strived for gender to be part of all kinds of water management systems. You have the floor, madam.
Good morning, everyone. I give thanks to the CSO Latin American mechanism for giving me this opportunity to be here to share with you. And I hope as I share, we'll have a conversation because water is a basic right for everyone. And without CSO's full and effective inclusion and participation, the SDG goals will not be met. We as CSOs, we are the link with the vulnerable and marginalized groups in our countries. And our inclusion means that their voices can be heard. I am very happy for the Escazú agreement that gives us a voice. Legally, it gives us a voice to advocate, to share our knowledge, to share our observations of what's happening to human health and the environment. We live on the ground, we see what's happening. And without our advocacy, many people at the national level will not know what's hampering ecosystems, water, sanitation at the lower level. I want to follow on what Barbados said yesterday, Dr. Knight. She said we need to start from within, start from where we are in our countries before we go out asking for support. And Antigua as a country has suffered from drought for a long time. Drought, we are just a dry island. And the impacts of climate has caused the situation to get worse. We have a water crisis on island. We have no groundwater. The government is investing in reverse osmosis, and the cost of supplying water has increased by 8%. When you have groundwater, you can use chemicals to purify it. But when you go to reverse osmosis, the cost has increased and the country is in a lot of debt just to supply water. And every day you hear the cries on the radio. I've had no water for 2 weeks. Water is, we have no water. It's really affecting people and sanitation. But I'm not just going to blame the impacts of climate change on the water. We as a people, we have not done enough. Our management and maintenance of our wetlands are very low. It's in bad conditions. I go with the farmers, I hear their pleas, and when I go to the wetlands, the spillways that would take the water from the hills and carry them to storage, they all cracked up. You know, the concrete base is cracked up, there are trees, there's roots growing. So how do you expect the storage area to collect the water? I went to another area, big 12-inch pipes filled with dirt. How is the water, when the rains come, going to go into the storage areas? So we as a people need to do better. And our community groups, and these are even groups that you wouldn't classify them as CSOs. CSOs are a little more established. They have staff and maybe an office. Those groups at the community level, those may not have staff, but they have that commitment, they have that passion to be part of the solution. They have ideas. And because of the extensive drought that we have been going through, the knowledge has come forward that we had 5 reservoirs built by the British in the 1900s. And so with these local efforts, we have been able to rehabilitate 2. But it takes financing because aggregates, concrete, steel, it's costly. So even though the community groups want to put their labor and time to bring about rehabilitation, restoration of some of the infrastructures, the cost is really high. So I'm hoping that some of those 700 commitments, voluntary commitments that were made at the UN Water Summit, that some can really filter down to the local community groups in the region. We need financing to be able to turn this crisis from negative to policy. Because when we have no water, the schools have to be closed. So the education of the children are impacted. The government is trying, but we have a long way to go. Another thing that's causing our groundwater to be so we have no groundwater is that our landfill is very close to the oceans. We don't have a system yet of waste separation. So a lot of mixed waste goes to the landfill. And sometimes you see the smoke rising, methane. Also, you have leaching. A lot of, even though there's machines that's covering over the waste that goes to the landfill, we have leaching and chemicals, the residues are leaking into our soils, into our groundwater, and it's very close to the oceans. So the government alone cannot do it, and CSOs are taking on new roles and responsibilities to help to bring solutions to the crisis. Another thing that is impacting our water is the area of, things like, again, organics. We have laws in place, but the laws are not always enforced. And we need to really be able to control our chemicals, the waste, and pollution. These are causing our little water supply to really not function. And as I said, reverse osmosis is a big cost to the government. I heard a cabinet briefing say that it seems like every week they have to order some membranes. We are impacted with sargassum seaweed, and these weeds are going into the membranes. And, such a heavy investment in this salt. And still, we have these teething problems with sargassum seaweed. Sometimes the location of where these plants are may not be the best. We have about 6 to 8 systems on island, very costly. And so when I heard the private sector guy from Chile talk of how you have accomplished and you're doing very well, I hope some of the technologies, some of your experiences can be shared with us in other islands, because water is a major problem. So going forward, in closing, I'd like to see more robust inclusion and participation of the local people. Again, Barbados mentioned the tripartite, but I think that can even be strengthened to include those local groups, community-based organizations. They know what's happening. They observe, and we need to hear from them. Sometimes we hear from them, but it may not come off in a positive impact. And as stewards of the economy, sometimes they call names, they harass, but let them share, let them give the information. That's what they see. And we can learn from their sharing, from their advocacy, to fill these gaps in our planning, in our processes. If they say chemicals that we use for fogging the mosquitoes are killing the pollinators, that's a good observation. It means we need to change something. We need to do something right. If they say that, the other things that are happening in the community are causing problems to human health and the environment, let's listen. The knowledge is important. They live, they see what's happening, they experience these things. So I am pushing for more inclusion and participation of our local groups. And I think going forward, it starts with us. We are all here, government, private sector governments. For the transformational change to take place, I have to impact other lives. And you too, in your place of work, whether you be a politician, a government, CSO, we have to strive to educate, to build bonds of partnerships. But it starts with us. For me, it's not just a job or an occupation. For me, it's a commitment, it's a passion. It's something I want to see happen for the local people. I want to see them empowered. I want to see their solutions taken into account at the national level. And so I would like us, as we leave this forum today, that we go back to our workplaces with a renewed sense of urgency. We have to accelerate. We have to put more gas. We have to get things done, because water crisis is something that's not pleasant. As the sanitation issues come to bear when there's no water, and it impacts lives. It impacts our farmers when they don't have water. So I will just make this appeal. Let's work together. Let's commit to urgently addressing the crisis using the knowledge sources that are available, building the partnerships. And for the countries that have not ratified ESCOZO, Dominica, you're next on the list for the OECS. Let's move forward, empowering people, giving them a new voice in decision making. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Ruth, for your words. And now we will end with a video by Trey Mamani, who is the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia. And he has been ahead of the Unit for the Diplomacy of People and Indigenous People Coordinator of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Secretary of the Permanent Session of the plurinational state of Bolivia to the UN. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. And I'd like to greet Jose Manuel Salazar Siernak, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, and Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and the Worship of the Republic of Argentina, holding the chair of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And Mario Lubikin, Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UN Organization for Food and Agriculture, FAO, as well as all representatives of the states present in this panel one on SDG 6. The UN Conference on Water, organized by the Netherlands and Republic of Tajikistan, was held after 46 years and assessed the progress made in goals, and countries presented their commitments and needs for action in order to speed up this progress by 2028, according to resolution on the examination of the mid-period of the International Decade for Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. The conference, without a doubt, implied an opportunity for the member states to assess the situation of water and sanitation and reflect on the outcomes and challenges in meeting the SDGs, specifically SDG 6. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the conference highlighted 4 measures to be taken into account to ensure universal access to water: public policy that are effective, intergovernment collaboration, investing massively in water and sanitation systems, and investing in resilience and innovation, and reaching solutions and infrastructure that are resistant and appropriate to maintain, preserve the environment, and provide water. And the consequences of climate change and its impact on the natural water cycles, ensuring that this leads to aggravates shortages and causes damage to infrastructure, food production, and supply chain. The World Health Organization and UNICEF during that conference reported millions of children and families lack of appropriate water, sanitation, and hygiene services, and it is calculated that each year at least 1.4 million people, many of these children, die on account of this. And for example, today, cholera is being widespread in countries that had not seen outbreaks for decades, and children fall ill, they do not go to school, and if there is a shortage, whole communities may be displaced in search of water. And the UN report on the development of water resources in 2023 is said that 3,600 million people lack access to safe sanitation. 2 billion people do not have safe drinking water, and 44% of residual water from households is not treated safely and leads to pollute other water sources and ecosystems. At the pace we're going, it is foreseen that the number of people living in urban areas with a water shortage will double from 930 million in 2016 to 1,700 and 2,400 million by 2050. And according to the water stress from 2008 to 2018, it is understood that Latin America and the Caribbean 15%, followed by Sub-Saharan Africa 14%, have the highest percentage of water stress. In our region, the agenda for action for water of ECLAC, or 20 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, contributed mainly to ensure the human right to water and sanitation, not leaving anyone behind. Equitable access and affordable water for sanitation to eradicate water poverty, turn around the negative externalities, conflicts, pollution, and overexploitation. My brothers and sisters, now allow me to share the experiences in Bolivia with regard to water. For Bolivia, the complexity of ecosystems have implied a challenge when it comes to seeing this proposal in order to pick up on the demands and hear the voice of all Bolivians. in order to carry out a country proposal and establish serious commitments with which to face the current water crisis and furthering what we have called dialogues on water for life. All these events were held from March 3rd through 10th in the three major ecological regions in Bolivia, the Altiplano, bringing together the departments of La Paz, Oruro, and Potosí, the valleys, Cochabambas, and others, and the lower lands nearby Santa Cruz. And lastly, the National Meeting on Water for Life was held, presenting the country position, commitments taken on which go hand in hand with the integral development within the framework of the agenda. This national position, presented by a president of the plurinational nation of Bolivia, Luisa Setacora, urged the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the human right to drinking water and sanitation as a human right that is essential for the full enjoyment of life. And these processes of dialogue also helped to select our representatives of the indigenous people and civil society organizations that took part in the World Conference on Water. The outcomes of this water conference must be a part of the multilateral agenda to encourage the creation of an intergovernmental mechanism that is permanent on water at the UN, promoting the integral management and water conservation, eradication of poverty and development within the framework of SDGs and the decade until 2028, and also came before the United Nations a special envoy for water to activate the mechanism. Brothers and sisters, we must work together to address the climate crisis and preserve this element of life without which we will be unable to achieve the development and sustainability of our nations and the rest of Mother Land. Greetings. Well, thank you very much once again to all panelists. As we see, the makeup of the panel shows all the challenges linked to clean water and sanitation require integral, interinstitutional, and interstate action. We are facing the lack of drinking water and techniques that we should find to improve and the management of residual waters and the final disposal of solid waste. Now, I believe that these interventions have been more than interesting and show many things in common: drought, pollution, climate change, water stress, gaps, considering agreements, institutional, based on understanding there are upfront new ways of thinking of financing, transforming the crisis into an opportunity, and also thinking of the need of data to construct the necessary public policy, thinking of the relevance of water in relation to food, and as Ruth was saying, considering that the civil society, as well as the political society and the private sector, may go hand in hand in devising solutions that rethink situation. And now, yes, we will recognize the delegations for statements.
Comenzamos con Brasil. Bien.
Brazil. Thank you, Madam Chair. My honorable colleagues, Brazil has moved ahead in the construction of the local and national arrangements for SDGs. 6. A remarkable example in this sense is the work done by the National Agency for Water and Basic Sanitation, and the federal autarky linked to the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change, responsible for implementing the national policy on water resources. The great majority of SDG 6 indicators for Avadana as the focal point for the follow-up and communications with the UN and regularly publish statistics and indicators on the status of water resources in the country. In 2019, the National Water and Basic Sanitation Agency launched the first edition of this report in Brazil on the ANA report on indicators. The report analyzes the follow-up of the 11 indicators of the 8 SDG 6 targets and divided into 3 major thematic pillars. The amount of water and wastewater. And in 2022, the second version of the SDG 6 report was published, containing an update of the historical indicators and improvements to the calculation with the new available data and improved methodological improvements. And all agreed for the 2030 agenda, each one with their specific way of being collected, were updated and communicated and presented at the second version of the report in Brazil. The volume of data reported and the efforts made to systematize them had a positive repercussion, such as the case of indicator 6.3.2 that dealt with the quality of water. And there were also innovative work on indicator 6.4.1 and the efficiency and use of water, and 6.4.2 on water stress. The work with UN agencies also contributed to improve the methodology to calculate certain indicators, such as indicator 6.4.2 and 6.6.1, related to the change of aquatic ecosystems. In general, the results of the report show that the SDG 6 indicators for Brazil showed a positive trend, with emphasis on progress in terms of sewage water and safe disposal and integrated management of water resources. Also highlighted are indicators that show a good performance for some years now, such as the access to drinking water. Honorable colleagues, among the SDG targets, 6.1 with regard to universal access to drinking water is close to be achieved by 2030, and also 6.3 improving the quality of water, 6.4 efficiency and sustainability, 6.5 management, 6.6 ecosystems, 6.8 international cooperation, and B, participation by local communities. All of these have the potential of being achieved in the case of Brazil because the indicators have shown significant improvements. In addition to the SDG report in Brazil, ANA also has an interactive panel on SDG 6 for free and public access in both Portuguese, Spanish, and English. The target of SDG 6 is still a challenge that all countries must overcome, and particularly for Brazil, with continental dimensions and major regional differences, it is a territory that spans 8.5 million square kilometers, and the obstacles to be overcome are greater in order to ensure access and sustainable management of water. However, the experience of Brazil shows that these roads are being traveled, and a positive trend in indicators have led Brazil to be invited, together with Ghana and Singapore, to present their progress in relation to SDG 6 at the Political Forum of High Level on Sustainable Development, HNBF, in New York in July. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a
I thank the delegation of Brazil and now recognize the delegation from Chile.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank all panelists for their very interesting interventions. I would like to highlight that last week I was able to share with Ruth Spencer in the special meeting on the Escazú Agreement, and once again I have been privileged to listen to her, see her reflections and commitments, and how she urges us to continue on this path that is not easy. We are at a crucial point, a point of assessment of this SDG 6, which is not sufficiently encouraging or hopeful. But this motivates us to double our efforts because we know that water is essential for life, for ecosystems, for productive development. And this integral nature of the SDG also puts at risk many other SDGs. Let's think of food safety, energy production, health, ecosystems, and urban development. All of these are affected if we do not make transformative changes. A few weeks back, the Minister Maestro Rojas of Chile was able to participate at the conference of the UN on water. And there she made a call, as I know that many countries here have also done, to adopt concrete measures. And I believe that the time has come that diagnoses come to an end and you need to implement. And that is urgent. We need to speed up the implementation. And Minister Rojas also made a call for synergies among the various commitments that we countries have adopted at different fora. There are actions with which we must be coherent at these different fora. And so we call for this integration to be present in the participation by countries. Chile, as you have heard yesterday, will this year present its third national voluntary report showing the commitment that we have in applying this global framework for action. And as a first step with regard to water, the President, Gabriel Boric, worked with his government in 2022 to convene an interministerial committee for just water transition, and based on principles of inclusion, gender equity, and decentralization. This new governance for new challenges, we're hoping that this year may be translated at territorial level of the regions, and that will benefit local communities.
En este marco,
Within this context, in the Water Conference, Chile submitted a series of commitments that I'd like to share with you, dear colleagues. First, resources and measures to ensure universal and equitable water to drinking water at an accessible price, affordable price, especially in less populated rural areas that are usually quite vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and drought. Concrete goals in terms of water treatment and quality, reutilization of wastewater and treated water through bills that enable the use of treated water and irrigation of forestry and farming uses to keep being transparent regarding the information on water in keeping with the standards of the Escazú agreement by developing platforms that are accessible and understandable to all audiences, and not only for those who are public officials or government agencies or academia or entrepreneurs, but for every single citizen in the territory. Also, our country, which is so diverse in terms of territories and climates as Chile, it is absolutely necessary to work on water security, but at the watershed level. And we've developed three main areas of work. First one, strategic plans at the watershed level. Secondly, preparing a bill that we hope will have support across the board in our parliament that creates the watershed councils, a transformative action that we expect will change water governance from a top-down to a bottom-up approach, and to keep on working with neighboring countries by reinforcing the agreements achieved in the context of the specific additional protocol on share of water resources, promoting new agreements in line with SDG 6.5.2, and to continue collaborating as part of the coalition for cooperation in terms of cross-border water flows. We've heard a lot in this day and a half about the impacts of climate change in our region, but I'd also like to highlight that it's not only about climate change. We are facing a triple crisis, which is also about pollution and loss of biodiversity. And on this path to a new development model that is sustainable, but at the same time inclusive, I'd like to highlight again our Escazú agreement that provides us with accessible and understandable, updated information that also provides us with standards for a more open and inclusive engagement, and that makes these rights that are human rights also as enforceable standards to access to justice and administrative proceedings. And with that, to allow present and future generations um, their human right to a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment and development. This exercise that gathers here today is key to share experiences, to gather efforts, and we as Chile, and also as a representative of the Ministry of the Environment, we will continue to work hard for a sustainable, inclusive, and socially equitable and peaceful sustainable development. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Chilean delegation. I'd like to offer the floor to the Guatemalan delegation. I'd like to ask you to please stick to the time, 3 minutes each, please. Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. I'd like to thank the members of this table, the panelists, because of the ideas you're presenting that summarize for us, allows us to emphasize some of these powerful ideas. Some key indicators in my country, the 57% of the population has safe water supply, 76% has safe sanitation services, and only 5% of wastewater are treated safely. Of course, there's a lot of work to do to standardize plans, budget, public investment, etc. But more than figures, I'd like to give you a more political and strategic analysis. One about the recognition as United Nations and ECLAC about the natural rights and the state's obligations. I recognize that the state is a society, businesses, political society, and that has to establish an analysis about democratic responsibility of the stakeholders. First one is to guarantee human right to a healthy environment. The second one has to do with creating access to statistical information or data and indicators through public policy observatories. We have comprehensive water management, comprehensive management of disaster risks, public drinking water and sanitation, and also wetlands and coastal areas management policies. Now, this leads to two aspects: environmental justice on the one hand. Water is life, and if we go back 4.5 billion years through asteroids and comets, we received water on this planet in all forms of life. We need to go beyond our selfishness as Homo sapiens and think of the rest of the species. So preserving water is about justice, to punish environmental crimes, but basically mostly to consider socio-political individuals as women, indigenous populations are the most vulnerable populations in terms of exclusion, as subjects to developmental understanding, environmental justice as a mechanism to accelerate the achievement of SDG 6. That means to strengthen, to build political awareness, environmental education, and to mobilize justice to favor the universal access to water for all, so nobody's left behind. And the other part has to do with funding development in environmental aspects such as water. So let's talk about standards and protocols regarding circular economy. Let's talk about how green investments are conducted, how protocols are established in order to create more competitiveness, the environmental sustainability certificates promoting exports, but mostly in which water and sanitation are categories that are at the center of the with people, communities, and with people that do not have that much access to this key element for all forms of life. The other topic has to do mainly with active engagement of the different stakeholders, society, think tanks, research centers, NGOs, in discussing programs and policies, how to ensure uh, public investment and budget so that there are environmental, fiscal incentives and the possibility of changing consumption patterns, changing the production mix. That means to talk about the economic development model. The environmental variable doesn't need to be a residual of that model. It needs to create a redistribution through that logic. And that means to discuss will engage with the preservation of justice and environmental enforcement.
Muchas gracias.
I'd like to offer the floor to the delegation of Honduras.
Buen día.
Good morning. Greetings, everyone. Honduras, just like all other countries in the region, is privileged in terms of water resources. Close to 2,000 millimeters a year, so there is water. But the problem is still governance. I'm going to talk about a couple of tools, a national one and a municipal one, that allows in the country to manage some of the indicators. Nationally, Honduras has a general water law. This general water law considers the creation of the National Water Authority. However, some budget constraints have made it difficult to create this instance of authority, although this function is adopted by the National Directorate on Water Resources, reporting to the Secretary of the Environment. The key element from the point of view of this general water law is precisely the creation of watershed boards or councils. These councils are management instances for an integrated water management that are integrated or made up by national government, local governments, civil society, and private businesses. And also representation of indigenous peoples, and also the engagement for integrated management. This has facilitated the management in the territory, a more efficient management of this resource. As I said, which is not scarce, but has had significant issues in terms of its management. We have large companies such as the different large businesses that operate in dry areas of the country that are part of this watershed councils, developing agreements with other actors that use this resource. Besides, the law considers a national water plan that acts as a framework for the watershed management plans. These watershed management plans, of course, consider an agenda for the watershed council. So this is a tool, is an instrument of a national context that is facilitating some of the integrated water management processes, and this is its contribution to the fulfillment of SDG 6, specifically 6.5.1. The current administration of President Xiomara Castro has focused on the local context. We need to manage from the local context our water resources in a much more efficient manner. With the support of GWP, which is this global water association, the Strategic Planning Office, Natural Resources and Planning Agency, have adapted the measurement instrument of indicator 6.5.1 for municipalities. And this exercise took place in 8 of our districts in the country to be able to measure some of the fundamental elements that deal with the fulfillment or the achievement of this indicator, which is adequate environment, the institutional engagement, management instruments, and financing. This was done through several participatory processes in these 8 municipalities. And obviously, we have been able to adopt or to have a much clearer vision of what's going on at the local level. Just in closing, I'd like to mention that as a result of this exercise, so adapting this national instrument to the local context, the 2 municipalities that got the best score are those municipalities that are located in indigenous territories regarding integrated water resources management. Of course, we have not been able to go beyond the rating of 30 or so, but from our point of view, this is quite satisfactory. It is satisfactory to have evidence that indigenous peoples are much more responsible and aware of the importance of preservation of natural resources, among them water resources. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We offer the floor now to Peru. Good morning. Very briefly, in Peru, we have a complexity because of this millennia culture, and managing water not only depends on having institutions to regulate publicly or public institutions to regulate it, and also articulation with central government. We, to some extent, we have a stable macroeconomic ability, and that's why we are investing on one of the national goals, which is articulated with or connected with the SDGs. We have just developed a 2050 plan, and 80% of that plan is connected with the SDGs. And the problem in our country, like in other nations, is the complexity. In the case of Peru, practically 85% of the population has running water, drinking water as sanitation. The goal is to close that gap in 12 years. So we will actually achieve the SDGs by 2030, by year 2033 or 34. But what's important that I'd like to mention, not to repeat the information that has been already delivered, is that in terms of critical thinking, and Dr. President said, is how to change culture, because clearly public policies must be implemented by or through a public administration. The public policy accounts for 10% of what happens in the real world, and 90% has to do with supply, infrastructure, budget, investment, and that's the blue fund's job. The famous ecosystemic funds that are not only looking for human profit, but a symbiotic and ecosystemic relationship with the planet, which is the biosphere. Humans, which are the factor that are generating this lack of security. Just give me 30 more seconds. In Peru, we are starting to using traffic lights, red, green, and lights, so that all that democratic system that does not allow to accelerate the implementation and the bridging of gaps of the objectives of SDG 6 be implemented. Why? Because there's a district authority now that is not a professional one. It's an indigenous representative, but it's an economist or a lawyer or sociologist, and each one of them have their own way of interpreting the implementation. Reducing that high discretionality is a dashboard, actually, that everybody can see. That means that the citizens can also be accountable, so they can see how the gap moves. These dashboards will be submitted on a monthly basis, so citizens and authorities will also be able to control and to do efficient public management. If we do that at all levels of the government that are quite heterogeneous and complex, pluricultural and diverse in Peru, we can work on tracking the information that will allow us all to have data and science. Only 3% of our thoughts in a day are new thoughts. How can we change that human behavior science? Not only through rights, but also with these dashboards that will alert us and make a change in the human so data science and not the rights. Yes, it's all about rights, of course, but data science will allow us to the cause that disruptive change that will enable traceability and does away with the intersectionality principle in this millennium crisis. We harvest water in the watersheds, Cochas, which is a 4,000-year-old system. So there are several technologies that are not seen in the context of Eurocentric science, but they are highly efficient and they don't incur insignificant expenditure. That is why it's celebrated. Like we're constantly working. And just in closing, we have wanted to submit our voluntary report. At this time, we've been invited to participate, but we are going to submit it anyway. So we'd like to thank all the missions so that we all learn. But from illustration to data science and new paradigm matrices with traffic lights, and there needs to be a change in the human factor.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
I'd like to thank the delegation from Peru, the delegation from Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me agree with the speaker from Chile on the importance of this SDG and also the intersectionalities. I think that, even though we talk about the goals as being connected, sometimes we miss the discussion in relation to exactly how they are connected. In Barbados, currently, we are experiencing an agricultural drought. And so, for instance, one of the staple foods that is produced is sweet potato. And it is extremely important, particularly for the poor and the vulnerable, because it's a dense carbohydrate. So it's a healthy carbohydrate. And right now, we also have a scarcity that is directly linked to the water scarcity. And I think unless we keep our eyes on those interconnections, then we miss sometimes how the issues of water, food security, and all the other things are joined up. Barbados is actually one of the world's top 50 water scarce countries. And therefore, for Barbados, any discussion on water security is going to be not only relevant, but extremely personal. Our annual water rainfall is currently under 1,500 millimeters per year. That's per year. And much of that is concentrated in the wet season between the months of June to December. And during the dry season, rainfall, which is now, can be as minimal as 25 milliliters per month. Yeah. But as a small island state on the frontiers of the climate crisis, we are also seeing change in patterns. So now we are facing the fact that the rainy season has shifted and become more compressed, with rain starting much later and less rain. And therefore, this has resulted in more unpredictable rainfall, longer dry seasons, and more stress on vegetation, more intense rainfall seasons. So then we have floods. But that also leads to less infiltration. In addition, because of our hydrology with limestone overlaying the oceanics and the angle of our bedded plains, it is shown that our aquifers are unconfined, so that every drop of water that enters the aquifer is also on a journey to the sea. So again, facing multiple challenges when it comes to the issue of the provision of water access, but we have to be able to manage. We have, however, started an integrated water management process, an integrated policy framework. And in doing so, what we have done is to bring together all of the associated legislation, programs, and projects under housing, shelter, water, waste, energy, land use, ecosystem management, as well as tourism, agriculture, finance, and information technology, in order to be able to have a full picture of how we intend to address the issues of mitigation and adaptation. In so doing, we also have started an institutional framework where we have a cabinet subcommittee that has to report to cabinet every 2 weeks on the situation of water and how we are attempting to address it. But there are two important lessons I just wanted to speak to as well, and that comes back to the point that Ruth was making in relation to greater access for finance as well. Yeah. So that while we try to leverage private sector participation, and we do have some PPPs that are happening within Barbados, what we often find is we have a small population, just roughly 300,000. It is very difficult, therefore, to bring projects to scale in relation to water the private sector are going to be interested in participating. So that this means that for us, access to concession and grant financing in order to address these issues are going to be critical. All of the governments of Barbados have had to subsidize water in order to ensure that it is provided. If we let the private sector manage those water resources, that it imperils our ability to leave no one behind. Again, that intersectionality. So there's a level of balance that we have to always juggle in this context. Therefore, that is why we keep talking about, again, access to finance. So it's not just about begging, but it really is about allowing us to deal with some of these challenges, again, even as we try the traditional means in terms of leveraging our internal resources. Three of the major projects that we are doing now in Barbados to try to address these issues, we are able to do so because of grant financing particularly. The next and final issue, again, going back to the call for greater involvement of communities and civil society, agreed with 110%. That is also part of our frame. But I also want to agree with the fact that we have to have greater investment in public education and awareness as well. I think that particularly for Barbados and perhaps others in the Caribbean, where again governments have been invested and subsidizing in water, it is something that our population and rightly sees as a right. But in the context of the challenges, again, how do we have those conversations that brings our population along to let them know that they also have a role to play in helping us to address these issues and the balance and trade-offs that have to happen as we do so. Thank you.
Muy bien.
Thank you. We now hand over to Venezuela. Good morning. Thank you. At the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, access to water is free for all. There is a responsible use of water resources, as well as the provision of drinking water, as well as sanitation for the whole population. Water management is fundamental for the development of our countries and for the well-being of the population. Our government has designed as a policy a national water plan 2019-25 in order to go into a sovereign, sustainable water system together with the SDG involved. In our country, water will not be privatized because we do understand that trading in water is one of the most negative expressions of capitalism. Water is indispensable for life. Its management is based on the principles of freedom, responsibility, and solidarity. Thus, our sovereignty is permanent over our national resources, and that is fundamental for Venezuela. This is a right for all people's development. From Venezuela, we insist on our full commitments towards the implementation of a 2030 agenda, as well as meeting SDGs. And that includes guaranteeing the availability and constant water management and sanitation free for all. We insist on all to fully implement UN's framework on water management and the Paris Accord based on equality and sticking to the common but differentiated responsibilities principle. Our government recognizes the importance of water in its public management. And in 2007, we enacted the water legislation. It has to do with all of the provisions having to do with water management. And this, we believe, is indispensable for life, well-being of people, and the sustainable development of the country. It is strategic, and it is of interest for the state to be in charge of it, as we read in Article 1. Aside from that, President Maduro has included 2030 goals in the plan of the nation that goes from 19 up to 25. And there was also the enactment of a law whereby the integrated water management becomes even more important for Venezuela. Thank you. Thank you, Venezuela. We now give the floor to Costa Rica. Good morning. Thank you. I congratulate today all for your contributions. We would like to let you know about our last voluntary report. We can say that we are meeting our task. We have already fulfilled 60% of the indicators, and these are already done, but we still have to go into the remaining 40%. Some haven't been met, and some have had a drawback. In Costa Rica, 94% of the population has the supply of potable water in their homes. There are aqueducts, the municipal aqueduct, or the one coming from the Water and Sewage Institute. But when we look at that coverage and when we distribute it per region, we find that once that leaves the large metropolitan area, we do find some gaps. And we are working on that in order to ensure that this global figure will also be reflected equitably into the whole of the population. On the other hand, 98% of the population lives in houses with connected sanitation to the national sewage system or to a tank. But when we talk about the treatment of wastewaters, we have been implementing a system in order to cover the large metropolitan area, in order to connect as many services as possible into that system. But in view of the fiscal crisis, as well as the effect that we have suffered over our finances, not just because of COVID-19, but also because of the actions that have been implemented. That means that our infrastructure is still a challenge. The country has a focus not only in narrowing the regional gaps, but also in implementing strategies related to sanitation and appropriate treatment of wastewaters for the capital city through that large project I talked about, having to do with infrastructure, but also so that in the coastal areas of the country, such as in Guanacaco and Limon, this can also occur. We really wish to serve the needs of all individuals as well as treat the water properly. Looking into the future, for the next few years, we have defined an investment plan on infrastructure in order to have a more appropriate treatment of water as led into the households. And we also wish to properly meet the public policies that have been enacted in the country. This involves analysis of the current situation, but we also have foresight so as to be able to see what are the needs for the water management system in all stages, and also having in mind the changes and the demographic changes as well. Thank you. Thank you. We now give the floor to Mexico. Good morning. I wanted to hold the floor having to do with the words on Puerto Vallarta, that is a local government. It has a mechanism for water management called SEAPA. I asked the floor precisely after hearing our colleague from Honduras. He talked about his country's system, and I think that that is pretty similar to what we have in Mexico. That is why I asked to bring you the status and the figures that are managed in the municipality that I represent. Let me also mention the social labor that President Lopez Obrador is providing to local governments. In following the principles of that SDG, we are striving to have full access to the whole of the Mexican population in such an important right that is water. The National Development Plan that leads up to 24 that was published in the official Gazette in July 2019 says that as cross-cutting, we should have a sustainable territory where we read the importance of fully understanding the territory and sustainable development, as well as the pillar number 2 that has to do with the well-being, ensuring the full rights to all and to the environment. And the other item has to do with the promotion and supply of drinking water in quality and in amount as needed for sanitation, trying to eliminate all sorts of discrimination and to follow also the well-being and health of our watersheds. Thus, under the current administration, we have had public policies enacted having to do with water and sanitation that must be applied in our territory. That is why Puerto Vallarta's government, in its Municipal Development Plan 1924, has brought up the well-being of persons in the municipality of Puerto Vallarta so that their human rights may be fully met through the provision of efficient quality public services. That involves the provision of up to 60% discount in the payment of potable water rights for household use to those that have economic problems and who live in the more marginal areas. And that follows an economic study that will allow these individuals to access to this discount. Puerto Vallarta last year was the first destination by tourists who want to go to the beach, and that is above Cancun and Ribera Maya, leading in terms of national tourism, but also tied with the Cancun and Ribera Maya. We received more than 5 million tourists, and we have been getting 20 million for that tourism with an occupation of hotels between 80 up to 900%. In Puerto Vallarta, that reached 200,000 inhabitants, and 50% are women and 49 men. The age groups that predominate are between 28 to 34. That means we're talking about a young population and with the possibility of being part of the labor market. In terms of sewage, we have the highest coverage according to our statistical system, with the coverage of 98% in drinking water and 95% in terms of sewage. Both are above the national average. In Puerto Vallarta, tourism is a very important sector, taking up a lot of drinking water, and tourists use it for personal use, but we require more in order to water the gardens for golf areas, etc. That is why it's very important to have treated water for reuse as part of the biological and sustainable processes in treating wastewater. Cepal Vallarta distributes treated water with a similar figures to that of the origin for public and agricultural facilities. And this can be translated into responsible use of water and balance between the tariffs that are collected. That is, the more vulnerable population receives subsidized rates, and the hotel industry that receives so much tourism, they have responsible rates to be played in order to keep a healthy infrastructure. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, México.
Thank you, Mexico. And USA now has the floor.
Thank you. And thank you to all the delegates and panelists for this conversation. We're particularly pleased that the panel had such diverse stakeholders, including governments and private sector, international organizations, and civil society, because we truly believe that we need engagement from all stakeholders to address water security and sanitation. And as Ms. Spencer said, we're all responsible. We all have a role to play at the individual level, at the local, national, and the international level. So I'll begin by just reiterating the United States' commitment to working with all stakeholders to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And speaking specifically to SDG 6, we've accelerated our efforts with the release of the White House Action Plan on Global Water Security last summer. And in March, we also announced a series of additional commitments, including over $49 billion in domestic and global action to advance water security and sanitation. And these efforts strengthen global systems to meet the needs of underserved populations. And they reflect President Biden's once in a generation investment in equitable, climate resilient water and sanitation at home and around the world. So speaking in the ECLAC region, we're working with partners on this. And in Guatemala, as an example, the United States Agency for International Development funded a project in the Western Highlands. And this program worked with members of the community as well as municipalities to build a new water system, providing water to over 38 households and local schools, church, cemeteries, and community development offices. And in Ecuador, USAID also worked with the government and community stakeholders and are identifying high priority municipalities to work with and serve those most in need of water and sanitation. So I just want to conclude by reiterating what one of the panelists, actually several of the panelists and delegates said this morning, which is that we can't think about SDG 6 in isolation because it's so closely related to other SDGs, such as that on health and food and economic growth and gender and inclusion. And it really requires a holistic and intersectoral approach. So we've highlighted just a few of the programs that we're working on because we think it reflects this approach. And we look forward to working with all stakeholders to further advance water security and sanitation for all. And thank you for this great conversation and for being part of it.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now the delegation of Argentina is recognized. Thank you. Recently, the Conference on Water of the UN was held. I would like to highlight that 45 years ago, the Water Conference of the UN was held in Argentina in 1977 in the city of Mar del Plata. And this was the first international conference exclusively dedicated to water. And at that time, there was world concern over the quantity and the quality of water. Since then, water availability has declined. At the conference, the Mar del Plata Action Plan was devised, and although 30 years have gone by, it is still valid today. The plan included priority aspects such as protection of water resources, water distribution, encouraging education, the exchange of knowledge, the use of innovative technology, and efficient management for international waters. Argentina was one of the countries that included the recommendations in its water policy. And today, the Ministry of Public Works is the guiding agency in Argentina for water management. In 2015, Agrina agreed to meet the 2030 agenda targets, and the national and municipal and provincial authorities. The Ministry of Public Works is carrying out several initiatives in order to care for this valuable resource. The urgent need for water management is on account of its shortage. Today, it is even more degraded than in 1977, because now we know that the incidence of climate change and the pollution that this implied for water and the number of people without safe water is even less today than it was at the time. And this means that we must pick up on an idea that was also mentioned in Mar del Plata in 1977. For efficient management, it is necessary to have facilities for access to financing. Argentina has a very significant water supply, basically through the various river basin networks. The La Plata Basin shared with Uruguay and Brazil, and also the Guarani aquifer system that extends through Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina, and is the third reserve of underground water, the third largest in the world. And in its border with Chile, there are also many shared basins with our neighbors. Argentina, located downstream from the La Plata Basin, is in a difficult situation and in comparison to the upstream country, because in the upper part of the basin, what they do affects the quality of the water in the other territory. And in the current period that started in 2020, the provision of water was threatened for various localities in the area of the Argentine coast, also affecting river trade and ecosystems. This showed the relevance of cooperation processes among sister countries, and consolidating a cross-border water agenda is essential for our country. So based on these projects, the targets of SDG 6 for sustainable development of the 2030 agenda, and based on cooperation, it is possibly to address SDG targets promoting participatory integration at international level focused on financing. In the third edition of the Regional Dialogue on Water in Latin America and the Caribbean, the processes that are part of the Water Conference of the UN of 2023, and also what is happening here today in ECLAC, we countries must recognize many things, and one is the shortage of external finance and the difficulties in access on account of administrative or red tape. These difficulties imply years of requests and hinder the possibilities of our countries achieving the SDGs in all varieties, from 6 to 17. We need new legal mechanisms to ensure access to external financing for our countries. Argentina manages almost 70% of its water, also coming from border countries, the basins, and the cross-border management. And this is a priority for our country. And so the instrument with the basin committees among countries are essential. These committees do not receive sufficient funds for effective cross-border cooperation. We understand that financing of these committee plans is a real proposal if we're thinking of joint administration. This would enable an agile response based on the unification in our care for the water that affects us all. In terms of water and sanitation, coverage in Argentine territory is unequal. The lack of transparency and the mercantilization based on an eminently fiscal criteria that was deepened in the 90s were all part of a failed policy. Since 2019, the current administration of the Ministry of Public Works is integral. There is a program for the monitoring and assessment of public policy seeking to strengthen state capacities to meet the goals proposed and taken on for 2030. So the development of indexes as tools that contribute to decision making based on evidence and allow assessing the impact of investment in works. And the National Water Institute is technically assisting ventures for hydroelectricity generation to offset the consequences of this on urban concentrations and climate change. They expand and improve the provision of water and sanitation, especially in the most vulnerable sectors. Despite all of the efforts made by the ministry, and that increased by 435% its budget with regard to the previous period, nevertheless, access to financing continues to be the main need, and support by international community is essential in order to meet the terms set forth by the SDGs. Our Pope Francis, completing his 10th year, said that we are a world community that sails in one same ship. No one can be saved on their own. It is only possible to save each other together. The fraternity which springs from the awareness of being a single humanity must penetrate the life of people, communities, among heads of state and international fora. And in this sense, we make a call on the international community and the regional community to work on next steps in order to make the 2030 agenda a reality. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the delegation of Argentina and now recognize UN Women. Thank you. And also, I thank the Secretariat and greet the delegations. This shared vision that we've heard so far this morning and all comments, the first, I'd like to echo the call made by Ruth Spencer and all official delegations heard to ratify the Escazú Agreement. Not only on account of the dimension of having an advanced attainment in the region at ECLAC, which is an example for the rest of the world, but also because we're the region of the world that has most death in terms of the defenders of human rights and defenders of the environment. So we need a joint campaign with UNFP, and we're hoping that this will be a tool both for governments in order to ratify congresses and parliaments, as well as to civil society, to ensure accountability and implementation. This participatory approach for basin management that we clearly heard described by Honduras, and now as a challenge, not only the shared basins but aquifers. And also, we welcome what was said by Brazil by the return to the conception of not only the Amazon management, but also the Guarani aquifer as a public asset. But I would like to dwell on the second point made in terms of the alert and the difficulty. The ancestral recognition of indigenous communities and indigenous women is that they are teaching us how to do things. But this does not necessarily translate into the recognition of the representation, political nor public, and then as Chile was saying and picked up by Barbados, policy coherence also among targets for development. And we believe that this is very critical for the intersection of SDG 5. First of all, on account of the difficulty in many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to make concessional loans. Everyone who in the region was graduated, despite SDG metric contradicts it. Uruguay, Chile, Panama, and several countries of the Caribbean are suffering from this graduation and prevented from access to many of the concessionary loans, which make all the difference, and ultimately has the perverse meaning of pushing the privatization of a public good by preventing access to financing. for it to be concessional as it was before. This seems important because the possibility of having sustainable infrastructure, which is critical to move ahead with SDG 3 and all the others, this has to do with access to funds, but also this intersectionality. And with this last point, give you as an example the work done in Argentina in terms of cooperation with the Ministry of Public Works that manages water, but also all the other infrastructure, roads and others in the country, and that understood. But to have policy coherence, they needed to include the gender equality approach even to their planning, not only for their instruments for the budgets with a gender approach, but for all instruments for public tenders of works and the training of all staff in roadworks for bridges and waters with the gender equality approach, not only frameworks, not only budget, but also training. We worked on drafting manuals that we're hoping will also be useful for all of you in your countries for the inclusion of the gender approach to management, not only of water, but there's a lot of water with all the work that you and UNFP has been doing in the area with basin management. And thank you. I thank you for your intervention, and now the delegate of Paraguay is recognized. Yes, thank you. Well, I merely wanted to point out, same as the Argentine delegation referred to the Plata Basin and also the Guarani aquifer. I would like to support what was said by the delegate of Argentina regarding the relevance of the Plata Basin in terms of good practices. The Plata Basin system goes back more than 50 years. And this was a visionary treaty to move towards harmonious and balanced development of the water system shared among various countries in the region and for an optimum use and rational use of natural resources in order to ensure preservation for future generations. This instrument adopted principles that are consolidated today, such as cooperation and solidarity, the rational use and multiple and equitable use of resources. And the countries are obliged to make interventions in the territories according to international law, not causing any sensible detriment or institutional detriment with their actions. And so we have an intergovernment committee with a lot of experience in managing basins. And so we offer cooperation and we can work with whatever countries need this, and especially in the Southern Cone, so that through good practices, these may be shared and other countries of the region may also benefit. I just wanted to make that offer because Paraguay is today chairing the committee. Thank you. Well, we've reached the end of this panel 1 on SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. I thank all panelists for their interventions and also the interventions by the delegations. I thank you very much for being here. And how do we continue? Yes, thank you, Carolina. And now we were going to ask you to remain seated. We will have a short break in the hall in order to welcome those who are going to accompany us for panel 2, SDG 7, on affordable and clean energy. This will be moderated by the delegate of Argentina and will interventions by Walter Berry, Vice Minister for Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, Andrés Rebolledo, Executive Secretary of the Latin American Energy Organization, OLAVE, Germán Carmona, academic at the Institute of Engineering of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, and lastly, Kara Reed, Sustainable Development Secretary, Trade Union Confederation of the Americas, CSA. So we will have a short break in the hall and immediately we'll begin with panel 2. Thank you.
Le vamos a solicitar a las delegadas y delegados si pueden
If you could please have a seat so that we can start, so we can resume our agenda today with SDG 7, affordable and non-contaminating energy.
Bueno, damos comienzo en esta segunda etapa del foro.
Okay, table discussion number 2, SDG number 7, affordable and non-polluting energy. I'd like to thank the presence of each one of the speakers in clean energy, of the participants in this Walter Berry, Vice Minister for Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, Andrés Rebolledo, Executive Secretary of the Latin American Energy Organization, OLADE, Germán Carmona, academic at the Institute of Engineering of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, Kaida Rees, she's the Sustainable Development Secretary, Trade Union Confederation of the Americas. Energy is becoming a new transformative industry based on innovation, efficiency, renewable sources, and cleaner sources that contributes to create quality jobs and to develop new value chains for the recovery of regional economies. In our region, we see the evidence of significant progress regarding goal 7.1 of universalization of access to energy utilities, although there's still energy poverty in multi-dimensions. Although access coverage to electric power is relatively high, we must consider the quality of access because of socioeconomic qualities. Those who belong to ethnic groups in order to have a realistic view of the achievement of goal 7.1. Although there is progress regarding goal 7.2 of increasing renewability, the regional energy mix is still based on fossil fuels and quite vulnerable to the geopolitical shocks from abroad, specifically hydrocarbon importing countries persist in instrumental challenges and regulatory challenges such as subsidies and energy security and integration that allows to progress at the right pace to achieve this goal. Goal 7.3 of increasing energy efficiency demands considerable attention, just like in the rest of the world. But at the same time, it it is a great transformative opportunity. Goal 7 is setting back in the region is precisely the enabling one to increase international cooperation on research, clean energy technologies, renewable energies, and efficient energies in order to achieve the previously mentioned goals. So I'd like to offer the floor now to the speakers, please, as we've been doing so far, please be brief, no more than 7 minutes. And we're going to offer the floor now to Walter Berry, Vice Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. Walter, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, especially our colleagues here in the panel. Will try to stick to these 7 minutes. I'd like to thank IPAC for the invitation on behalf of our country to tell you about the Uruguayan experience. We talk about one of the SDGs. This also, because of what was shown yesterday, it has to do with the most positive indicators that we've made significant progress. Latin America is the one contributing the most to the world in terms of renewables, and we need to consider that. And this is part of the achievement of that. In our country, we have a very good position in terms of energy. Uruguay is in place 14 in terms of the measurement of the energy dilemma, which means 3 factors, which is energy availability, energy access, the possibility of having access always to that energy, and of course, it has to be non-contaminant energy. I will try to be brief in everything I'm going to say. Otherwise, I will take too long. Uruguay has a commitment with the SDGs, not only the one regarding energy, but all the SDGs. I believe should be similar to what other countries and other governments have done for their own people. We want to do well and to achieve these objectives. It's part of the achievement and part of the challenges that we face as republics and countries of our institutional life since we were born as a nation. We can measure it. It has a name now, but definitely in our history, we have made progress towards the fulfillment of it.
En este caso del energético, que es el que debemos.
That is the objective that we need to focus on. Well, it's key that none of the SDGs could be achieved if we do not know that we need to achieve economic progress. We cannot think of environmental development if we do not have economic development as a driver. So that our economies grow, so that we can give our people well-being, among them energy well-being. And therefore, it needs to be clear, during the pandemic, that was a major hit. The world was stopped, part of it more, part of it less. Our country invested 1.6 of its GDP on mitigating the effects of the pandemic. And of course, all measures were focused on those who needed it the most. That meant that our countries got into debt, and that was a major setback in terms of achieving the sustainable development goals. So we need to slam on the gas actually now to achieve those goals. Something that has happened everywhere. It is not a problem with our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. In Uruguay, I'm not going to talk about the pandemic, but it's only 7 minutes.
De las metas Eh, lo,
What I wanted to tell you, Uruguay achieved the achievement of SDGs is developed by the Budget and Planning Office. The national coordinator was present here. Uruguay has issued 5 reports on SDG fulfillment. The latest one was published last year, and reports are based on studies developed by the National Statistics Bureau, which is an independent body that does the measurements that the planning office uses and the budget office uses to measure the SDGs. SDG 7, guaranteeing access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy for all. It intends to guarantee access to affordable energy and clean for all. In Uruguay, this process starts this transformation process started during the first energy transition that we identified and positioned us in this way. I would say that the origin could be dated back to the end of the 90s, last century, when we started to develop the transformations that led us to in later years, as of 2010, basically, all electric power generation in our country is done by using renewable sources. Our electric power generation was based on 2 sources. One, the hydro, that is still part, an insignificant part of the energy mix, and the other one was generation of energy using fossil fuels. As of 2010, we started a process thanks to a multi-party agreement. That's why it's a state policy to be able to achieve environmental objectives. We transformed those fossil fuels sources into renewable sources, some solar, wind, and biomass. And the average of the last few years, without counting this last one, 2022, that was quite peculiar in terms of drought in the region and caused us to resort to thermal units to be able to export energy to Argentina. We have an interconnected grid that works very well. Sometimes when we need them, well, that happens every now and then. The Argentinian delegate is nodding because we need each other. What I'm saying is that the average of fossil fuels in order to support the system was more or less around 4%. That 4% of fossil fuels in 2022 actually skyrocketed. But I would say that under normal circumstances, all the electric power in our country is generated using renewable sources, which means that we can achieve these SDG 7.
esta política
And this policy is a state policy that is continuous, and therefore the expansion of our power generation is going to go towards renewables. 7.1 indicator talks about the share of population that has access to power. Well, in our country, the electrification is above 99.9%. We have a very, very small share that must be overcome. We're not talking of 2,000, it's even less, but the plan has to do with solving that between this and the following year in order to fully meet 7.1, reaching 100%. Well, we never really get to 100% because there's always a growing demand. But the idea is to believe that we're almost there. We only have 0.08 to satisfy in terms of supply of power into the whole of the population. But that's going to be fulfilled by next year. It's a big achievement. It's an amazing figure, but it took a long time to do so through public policies. I'd also like to say that in 2020-21, our company met another goal, which was to get 100% of public schools in the country to have access to electricity. There's no public school in the country, no matter where it is located, without power. And that was very important in facing the pandemic, because at schools we did have connectivity for the students in order to have their e-schooling. 7.12 share of the population with a primary source of energy based on clean energy. This is in the hands of the Ministry of Industry that I am proud to lead. According to statistical offices and the household surveys, we hear that our country is amongst the group that whereby 95% of the population has access to clean energy. This indicator isn't measured thinking about whether the energy that we consume pollutes or not. This is measured in looking at clean energy and fuel. Right now, 2,600 million persons have no access to clean energy and clean fuels for cooking. 7.2 goal says that by 2030 we will increase the share of renewables in the total grid, the share as a total amount. Uruguay, as I said, has been decarbonizing our grid, and our generation is 100% renewable. And we still have the following challenge. At any rate, of the total final energy consumed in the country, 40% still comes from fossil fuels. Therefore, we still have that challenge. The 40% still is the great challenge that we must meet. Basically, and this is the heart of it all, we want to meet all of these goals. And what we still have to do has to do with electromobility that has already been defined from our 100% electrical generation, 100% renewable. Our urban mobility is under the hands of electromobility, and we'll certainly hear more about this. And this is a goal that we are meeting slowly. Many measures have already been adopted to encourage the use of electrical automobiles. Green hydrogen. We perhaps have some news on that if I have time. We have a pilot project that has a $10 million state subsidy, and it's about to be signed. And we have already approved a roadmap that is now being is under consultation, public consultation, and that will bring in specific law on green hydrogen. We then are thinking about fuel coming from green hydrogen. We're thinking about decarbonizing the whole of the industry and heavy cargo automobiles as well. And the third pillar that is equally important has to do with energy efficiency, a basic pillar in order to meet these goals. Indicator 7.3 talks about the energy intensity as measured as a function of final power consumed and GDP. This is monitored in my country, and we never agree with the same information provided by others because they're not measuring the efficiency, but other elements like the growth of the economy, but it doesn't measure other things for the economy, stable economies and consolidated economies. This indicator works, but for growing economies like ours, it doesn't function correctly. But at least that's what we use for measurement. But unfortunately, we cannot meet it. And I think that most developing countries find this same obstacle. What we do is supplement this with policies for energy efficiency. Our country has a strong legal framework in energy efficiency. In 2009, we approved a law for natural interest that has to do with energy efficiency. And from the Ministry of Industry, we have a series of measures that promote and encourage training and teaching on the need to be more efficient in the way we use energy. That is, doing the same, having the same well-being, but spending less energy. And here there are a series of plans and measures for energy efficiency that follow this direction, and they are encouraged from our own ministry. This has to do really with education, raising awareness on the way we may be more efficient in the use of energy and resources. As a result, as an example, if we were to quantify this as we do, in 21, we reduced in 3% the final demand for energy, and that is quite good news. We also have indicators that bring in the level of access of energy, and this is based on spending of a statistical institute. If we were to compare the 20 previous years before 26 and the following 20 years, we have seen a reduction in the lower quintile going from spending their resources 11% to 6%. As an average of 10 years, showed a decrease in 5.5% of the family budget, down to 3.9%. And this is pretty important because this measures energy poverty. And we're working with ECLAC and we have just received a report and we're working on that. I don't know if I've met my timeline. I hope that I'm being punctual, but let me bring you some landmarks. In March last year, we launched a pilot on hydrogen, and we then brought in the roadmap. In October of 22, we submitted a carbon bond placement that having to do with the environment and impact on climate change. And we had a demand of 4 billion. This may sound like a tremendous amount, but it shows the interest out there in the markets and the confidence the countries may be subject to when we do things well, especially in this case in the emission of these bonds and in meeting the environmental goals and energy goals. We ourselves were very strict in these demands, but this talks about the confidence of the markets in how we're meeting this. Our budget for 23-24 aims at including the national goals of adaptation and mitigation in terms of climate change, and then analysis of our policies and finances. As of last year, we already have an additional tax on carbon emissions, and a share of the collection is going to be located to funding policies that will promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and sustainable transform and adaptation of ecosystems into productive systems. We are doing so looking out into the rest of the world. We all have to contribute our grain of sand so that we may change situation and stop emitting. Energy is certainly very important. We must have another way of generating energy with renewables, and we will continue going forward in that same direction. As I said this morning, the more we go, the more difficult it becomes to concrete the goals. When we look at Uruguay, we are 14 in terms of the energy situation. It may seem like we're proud of it, but when we make decisions to continue to grow, they become more difficult and more costly to implement. And here, international cooperation is very important in assistance of our countries, because without economic resources, we can't go there. And it's a must. We must change the reality. And this SDG is fundamental in order to stop global warming that is of such great concern to the world, but where so little is done. The pandemic has made things more difficult. And when we were over the pandemic, then the war in Europe has also made things even more complicated. Latin America is now in better conditions to show that here we can do things well. Latin America and the Caribbean, by the way, and we can do it. I am at your disposal if you have any questions. I really had to rush because we have so many goals and objectives, and we have made so much. But if you want any more information, we are at your service. I think it's always very good to share and replicate when things are doing well. And this is the importance of this kind of event. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister, for your presentation. After we hear from the presentation, we'll give the floor to other delegations. We now give the floor to Andres Rebolledo, Executive Secretary of the Latin American Energy Organization, OLADE. He is Executive Secretary of OLADE. He was elected by the ministers of Latin America on the meeting last year, and in meeting the Lima Convention. He has had an outstanding professional career for more than 30 years. He has had different positions of leadership and of political responsibility and energy in economic international relations and in multilateral organizations. You have the floor, Andres. Thank you for your introduction. I greet you all. Let me, first of all, talk about OLADE in 30 seconds. That is a Latin American Energy Organization that perhaps some of you don't know of. I'll give you a couple of tips on what it is. It's an intergovernmental agency made up by 27 Latin American Caribbean countries. And its headquarters is found in the lovely city of Quito, Ecuador. We have had a very good background in supporting public policy in different countries, in following up the countries in training and in everything that has to do with energy. As such, we have a regional perspective in terms of energy and this SDG. The first thing that we should set up in terms of methodology, and that is complicated, has to do with saying Latin America is meeting such or the other indicator. But within that indicator, we find the gaps and the deep differences that exist. So this aggregate number may shed an idea whereby this additional exercise may be needed. But in notwithstanding this, there are important messages in that in our region, in terms of energy, we may say that if we're specific in this, and I will share some figures, we have had a lot of progress, but this also shows the pending tasks to be done. In this SDG, we must change our grid into renewables, especially in terms of power. We must include sustainable energy, which is stated in SDG. And I'd say that in this, Latin America and the Caribbean has a seal that differentiates us from other regions. Latin America is greener than other regions in terms of our energy grid, power grid. And this is shown in the primary matrix where Latin America, in terms of renewables, reaches 30% comparing to the rest of the world, where the average is 14%. So this is a clear indicator showing the importance of clean energy in our primary sources. And if we further analyze in power generation, only looking at electricity, there we have more penetration of clean sources than what is seen for the rest of the world. In Latin America, we're talking about 60% of power generation coming from clean sources. Hydro remains a protagonist. And for the rest of the world, this drops down to 30%. And I'd say fossil fuel sources that are used for the need to be covered, they become protagonists in the rest of the world and in many of our countries as well. So having that perspective and having in mind the sustainability, Latin America has made progress and is on the right track. We could classify that in the color table that we've been working with during these days into a history that shows that we are on the track of meeting that goal. And talking about power, there's another thing that draws our attention. In the last 20 years in Latin America, renewables, non-conventional renewables, wind, sun, geothermal, non-conventional is not the same. It varies from country to country, but still, the technologies that have been protagonism have been multiplied by 4 right now in the region. In terms of installed capacity in Latin America, we're talking about 20%. And there are 11 countries in Latin America where this energy is at 40% or more of the installed capacity for power. Quite clearly, we are at a good standing as a region in this first component of SDG 7, which is one of the most important ones, especially in terms of power. Have in mind that electricity is responsible for 36% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So it is very important. It really sets the dial in terms of mitigation. And the last element that is interesting here as initiative and as political mobilizer has to do with an initiative where we participate as Solade, as Development Bank as well. And this is RELACA. That means a series of countries in the region. We're talking about 16 countries that have been committed that by 2030, 70% of power generation will be based on renewables. In the region, as I said, once more, if we double click on that indicator, this will vary from country to country, but still, here we have an interesting methodology that has been a figure that is very important in many countries. Now, as to access,
Latin America does have access to power 97.56, almost 98%. That is 1.5%, which is still left to reach the 100. That is the last mile, always the most difficult and requires of innovation in public policy, technology, distributed generation with clean sources, and particularly solar will be the key players. And so there, somehow, this connects to the previous element of the SDGs, and in other countries, they've made an effort, and there are initiatives, many of these leveraged with public resources. Very significant. Now, the interesting thing here is that in 2005, it was 91%, and in 2010, 94%. Today, almost 98%. So here, yes, you can say that Latin America, our region, has made significant progress. Now, this is in terms of access to power, electricity. But if you take a look at it from the multi-factor dimension, and then we're talking about energy poverty, of course, the other challenge still ahead is heating, cooking, and where we still have broader gaps. We say 16 million people that do not have access to power, but they were talking about 80 million. And so there, yes, of course, we still have challenges and important gaps. And once again, countries that do have this indicator even more difficult to address than in others. And here, one last thing, and it was also mentioned in the introduction. One thing is to access, and the other thing is how and with quality. Some use the SAIDI That is, how many hours do I have of power cuts in my country? And just to say that in Latin America, speaking of what we were saying, that it varies depending on whether you do it by country or not. Some countries have an annual indicator of this in hours and others in days. So in some countries, power is cut for 15 hours and in other countries, 15 days on average, just to show you the gap of what we're talking about. And clearly, this has to do with regulation, technology, and active role of the state in order to ensure the quality of the grid. But there's another thing also that I believe as an indicator of quality is interesting to bear in mind. And the last thing, energy efficiency. I believe that in Latin America, probably of the three, at least that I will refer to now, it's where there is the greatest lag, probably where we will have to still work more hardly and with political will. Energy efficiency. Within this effort for mitigation on the way to carbon neutrality, probably the area where there is least readiness or disposition in terms of regulatory policy. And if you compare Latin America to other regions of the world, you clearly detect that here in this we've advanced less in comparison, say, to Europe or other countries in the developed world. And so this is an important area for headway. Latin America and the Caribbean, 33 countries. In terms of energy efficiency, there are only 12 countries that have a law on energy efficiency and 5 that are discussing it. And one thing is to have a law, another thing is to have a national plan for energy efficiency, and above all, and this is where the match is played out, to have plans for monitoring and follow-up and assessment of the targets that hopefully are binding under law. Because, well, in some countries, the target is not yet binding, but merely a benchmark for the industry. And so we still have significant room for improvement, and a priority must be given to this. We as OLADE would like to push this, and that is why we have the RELAC initiative, such a sort of energy efficiency RELAC, so that a series of countries with a certain degree of flexibility in terms of the composition in order to have commitments should make headway in a certain degree of harmonization of the standard. A certain degree, I know that this is not easy, but a certain degree of harmonization of the standard, and above all, to have a target, a joint target with regard to energy efficiency, because once again, I think that this is a very good exercise and a political motivator in order to move ahead as countries commit to these indicators. And lastly, simply underscore that within this SDG, there is mention of the possibility that we should share experience among each other. Walter mentioned this just now. That is, implement South-South cooperation, and there merely say that OLADE, same as it has in its vocation historically, in its 50 years, integration, energy, certainty, today, South-South cooperation is a core pillar of what we do. And so we're constantly at your service in order to address and support countries so that among us, we may help out with our experience and move ahead collectively. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrés Rebolledo. And now I will introduce Germán Jorge Carmona Paredes, academic at the Institute of Engineering of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNA. He obtained a license degree in electrical mechanics, UNA Mexico, thesis, control of hydraulic pumps, master's in electrical engineering, School of Engineering at the University of Mexico, thesis, non-conventional control of centrifugal pumps for systems to regulate aqueducts. Welcome, the floor is yours. Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I hope That shows that I have for many years been focusing on water and electromobility in terms of controlling engines and motors. Today, the most important topic on the working table has to do with affordable and non-polluting energy. One of the most important themes to address, because the greatest energy consumers in all countries is transport, especially public transport. I will give you a very quick talk, no more than 7 minutes, on what we have been doing in Mexico, city of Mexico specifically, where we have already shown that electromobility today for public transport is financially feasible. I was talking before to Walter that electromobility is expensive, but it depends on how we see it. And this is a very important aspect that we must be clear on. Electromobility, the return period is the lowest cost and the best alternative. And this encompasses many of the targets on the table. Increasing energy efficiency, here it's clear. Better use of energy for public transport has to do with electromobility, without a doubt. And also, we can consider other aims such as 9, infrastructure, and industry and sustainable industry. These are all things that can be addressed with electromobility. We need to modernize our infrastructure. I'm going to explain this more clearly now. In Mexico City, we have for many years now worked on development, specifically at the National University for more than 25 years, when we designed the first electrical bus. And even the current administration, we made it a reality in the streets. And this was achieved when we were able to bring together technical decisions, technology development, financial decisions, financing, because electromobility, well, for small vehicles, it is affordable in 5 to 6 years, 10 years, and for large buses, articulated and others, these are projects with a 15-year horizon. Today are being materialized in Mexico City. So we need to join not only the investment costs, but operating costs, need for infrastructure, reloading, and certainty to obtain appropriate financing to make electromobility a reality. And I would add another challenge, and that is how to have the recharge processes associated to renewable energy. For all of this, regulation is essential. One of the first, in fact, the first talk that brought me to Clark, I was asked about retrofitting, conversion of vehicles. And for me, this is essential. And that would provide an opportunity to include electromobility with a circular economy approach. This would be the best opportunity of having a circular economy in transport. But what do you need for that? Regulation. Today, we have major efforts being made for technological development at the local level, also in Chile, in Colombia, in Argentina, in Mexico, so many countries of Latin America. I wouldn't mention more because I'm sure I'm omitting several, but in particular cases, such as, for example, I don't know if it's here in Chile or Argentina, but reconversion is not allowed because there is a law that bans the engines of vehicles from being changed, retrofitted And so there is no access to financing. This is one of the first projects that we had put to the current administration in Mexico City. And we could not do it because of the regulation did not allow it. And also regulation introduces uncertainty with regard to the future of electromobility linked to the energy that's necessary to recharge the vehicles. So we need to regulate the charging processes. In the motor industry, electrical vehicles are approached making these electric vehicles to be similar as the combustion vehicles. And I say, is that what we really want for the electrical infrastructure? It's a big risk. For me, electromobility has more to do with how you will use your mobile phone. We use it in the day, we reload it at night, and then for specific applications that we need to address with more robust technology. But we need is regulation. So for me, the big challenge in order to meet SDG 7 and also 9 has to do with regulation. Until we do not clearly regulate it, the direction that we should evolve into with regard to the recharging, the type of energy that we're going to recharge with, well, then we talk about renewables with distributed generation. And also this must also be achieved. And in the area of private transport in Mexico, the average is no more than 40 kilometers traveled a day, which means 7 kilowatt hour a day. And it can be generated with solar panels in distributed generation arrangements, but there is no regulation in order to coexist with the national power grid. And this is some of the things really being discussed in Congress in my country, Mexico. And so the big challenges that I see in this area of affordable and clean energy, electromobility is the answer. And this would, but we need regulation to have certainty, to have financing arrangements, because it is clear that 10 years on, 15 years on, seeing them as integrated projects, electromobility is totally viable, and this is a reality. So, well, if I convey this to all countries, please pay attention to regulation so as to have your own developments. Make use of your own developments because they are there, but there is no regulation. And so, well, today, quite clearly, all efforts made with regard to electromobility have to do with Asian technologies that are very good. Yes, that's what we have, because they, 20 years ago, had the drive and the government mandate in order to do this. And today, this is what the world needs. And so I think it is a clear moment to get into line and to make the most of the energy, this connection between the academia, the industry, and the government, so as to have our own technology, and because this is a reality. And we can move ahead together. Thank you. Well, thank you, Carmona, for your presentation. And now we will move on to the last speaker of this panel, Castro Reese, Sustainable Development Secretary from the Trade Union Confederation of the Americas, CSA. Has a degree in education, with specialized in primary education, secondary school teacher with specialization in English. She did her master in labor law and a postgraduate degree in higher education. To her formal education, she's added many courses, seminars on child labor, mediation, and gender and youth, studies of the diaspora, human rights studies at the UN, and projects Generation in Turin with from the ILO, and many by the CSA Institute. Kyra, welcome. Thank you. I'd like to greet the panel. From the Trade Union Confederation of the Americas, CSA, that represents more than 55 million workers in this continent, and in representation of the Civil Society Forum, we greet the speakers on this panel to on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, and also representatives of the countries and the public at large. The pandemic and the Ukraine war, the energy crisis, the food crisis, and the multiple crises are leading to destabilization without precedent in terms of the economy, politics, and society. These crises conspire against the efforts required to affront climate change. Multilaterally, developed countries promote proposals to reduce the GHG emissions with projections moving towards substantial decline by the end of the century. However, union organizations, same as social organizations, we sustainably and systematically say that without a substantive change in the model of production and consumption, these proposals will remain unchanged, the status quo, whereas the impact of climate change continue to affect people very harshly, and especially the most vulnerable in those developing countries. The inclusion of this term, just transition, in the preamble of the Paris Agreement implied recognition of the role of labor in this discussion on the environmental crisis. The agreement recognizes in its preamble that the measures to address climate change must respect relative obligations in terms of human rights, including the rights of indigenous people, local communities, migrants, children, persons with disability, people who are vulnerable. The Paris Agreement set a precedent with initiatives to address climate crises in terms of contributions determined at the national level, known as the NDC. Despite all this, the concept and the outlook of a just transition is being reinterpreted in different spaces, diverse as well as antagonical, and becoming a term that is more chameleon-like, modifying the content based on the interests of the interlocutors.
In this boom of transitions, where in many cases just transition is used as a synonym to what it means energy transition in the region, we are having energy transition processes, but in the corporate context, as an energy expansion, many times are pretending to perpetuate that anachronic model, basically as a greenwash attempt. Energy, water, and other common goods reflected in the SDGs must be considered a right and a common good. This is substantial, and therefore it needs to be universal in terms of access, and it must be a priority in public hands. Energy is a key element in the debate precisely on terms of how we should address the climate and environmental crisis. This means a needed to redefine many of our energy mixes, and not only in order to guarantee a transition to environmentally and socially sustainable energies, but so that transition leads to a transformation of the energy systems jointly and of the whole production and consumption model behind it. Just transition is more than energy transition. Energy transition, a just one, is much more than a simple change of energy sources. It directly aims at guaranteeing provided access to energy as a right and the democratization of it, specifically focusing on Goal 7.1. the region is facing significant structural problems that directly impact on the feasibility of climate policies and just social transition regarding the poverty levels, food security. That lack of social protection almost generalized in the working class, the high level of violence, the increasing forced migration phenomenon, many times due to climate crisis, among many other factors. So these problems, together with economic vulnerability in the Americas, when faced with international creditors and transnational capitals, restricts the financial, political, and economic capabilities of guaranteeing a structural response. Other processes that seem to be hurdles that we have identified for access to energy as a human right and to guarantee that countries may have the conditions to face in this climate change with active policies in this matter is the consolidation of the privatization processes, and in many cases, the marketization of energy and energy systems, which does not allow access to the overall population. These processes many times prevent the regaining public control, not only of the energy systems of energy itself as a good, but also of the energy tariffs that greatly contribute to energy poverty that we can consider as a structural phenomenon in our countries. Many people who live near large energy enterprises, such as just hydro plants, they say they don't even have access to that energy, even though they receive the impact of those facilities near their communities. So this situation highlights a few questions. What is energy for? And for whom? This is why it is absolutely necessary to change a production and consumption model, just energy transition, and more openly talking about practicing systems must be part of the implementation processes of the agreements as part of this nationally determined contributions. As part of the national mitigation and adaptation plans to climate change and of the decarbonization plans in the long term, by recognizing it as a workers' right of the communities that are impacted, so that they can have a decent job with social protection guarantees that considers all those who are impacted by these climate policies and those who are suffering from the impact of those that are suffering it more severely, to really not leaving anyone behind. So then, from our trade union association, we demand the implementation and design of just transition plans as part of these nationally determined contributions of the different countries in the region, with social dialogue, decent jobs, and respect for fundamental rights regarding labor and of all human rights. And besides, the need to consider specifically the situation of communities of women regarding the differentiated impact and indigenous people that live in those territories that are energy intensive, or the production of inputs to that energy transition, this within the context of Goal 7.3 regarding energy efficiency from CCA and civil society. We believe that it's absolutely necessary, in order not to leave anyone behind, to do the work of collective construction together, so that we can foster regional integration actions in the Americas and of sub-regional cooperation in order to achieve the SDGs by placing employment and life interconnected at the core of our actions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Kaira Rees. Next, until 1, we're going to open the session for the delegations to make comments or questions, to ask questions or make comments. Let's start with Mexico. They were the ones to raise their hands. And let's stick to the time so that everybody is able to actually speak. Good morning. Thank you very much. On the United Nations webpage for SDGs, it says energy is key for almost all challenges and opportunities that the world is facing currently, and that, of course, is a reality. We know, it is clear that practically it is impossible to conceive development in every way, jobs, education, telecommunications, etc., without energy. And in that sense, it is important to understand that although as a region, and we already heard about the heterogeneity phenomenon, the indicator shows quite good numbers or figures for the region, but there's a significant portion, for example, in the case of Baja California and Mexico, a northern state, Mexico, a developed one that has conditions regarding, or even regarded as energy poverty, more than energy acquisition, but basically in terms of access or supply. This, in terms of what we have assessed, leads us to other poverty dimensions and limitations to development. That's why we know that
Los objetivos
this has impacts on other objectives such as end of poverty, well-being number 3, education number 10, closing the gap of inequalities. In our case, we're talking about 26,000 inhabitants in the state, which is less than 1% of the population. It is something to be borne in mind. I insist in a developed region. So these inequalities and heterogeneity must be seen with the peculiarities in the field and local communities. In northern Mexico, there's a trend to an accelerated pace of development and an entrepreneurial sector or business sector that demands energy supply as a competitiveness factor that is key to them. Of course, we cannot lag behind, and what our concern is precisely to be able to have clean energy. For the region currently, most of electric power, the majority in terms of percentage, it comes from non-renewable sources. We already heard about education, not only in order to facilitate transition to new technologies and the assimilation thereof, but also promoting efficiency in energy uses. And at the same time, this translates into a number of development goals, particularly goal 13, reducing global warming. We know that it is connected with the energy sector as a generator or creator of this issue, particularly in terms of mobility. For us, this has to do not only with building the charging station network for electric vehicles, but also the stimulus and specific strategies for private cars, public transportation vehicles, cargo vehicles, and the government is actually trying to set the example with their own fleet. This is happening in many regions in Latin America. However, it is also a major opportunity so that Mexico, as an exporter of car spare parts and vehicles themselves in our region and to other countries, to participate in these value chains. And this, of course, creates economic development opportunities as well as having an impact on reducing carbon footprint. Particularly in Baja California, we have in line not only with the SDGs, but also in line with the National Development Plan of the state, a sectorial, the Innovation and Economy Sectorial Plan. There's also an energy plan, which is still a work in progress, I would say, in which we're looking to try to arrive at the specific policies that we need in our location that will include transition to modern and renewable sources of energy as a true need. I insist there's a huge difference regarding what the other panelists mentioned, energy efficiency and energy savings, not only in productive processes, but also construction processes, basically housing or offices, the catering to energy poverty, transitioning to zero emission mobility, and also larger engagement in terms of technology development, energy generation, using these local factors. So wind and solar technologies already exist. We know the wave energy, and particularly we are thinking also of geothermal energy, geological falls, and some other features in the territory a significant potential for this type of energy that currently is not being tapped into. And obviously, for us, beyond having a plan, the implementation will require other instruments and regulations. The role of the energy state energy commission as a key stakeholder, and the energy subcommittees that can actually connect with the private energies and business organizations and academia to then define a project agenda. It is very important to us so that we can make progress beyond public policy based on a good diagnosis. I insist. This, of course, means a key factor. Although we know about challenges and progress, to me, it's important to distinguish among circumstantial issues, but there are other pressing issues such as supply and availability, but in parallel as well, to think and to discuss the very profound long-term changes and to adopt significant measures so we can find ways of establishing collaboration efforts in the states, the region, and other stakeholders, specifically private stakeholders, I believe, multinationals. In the energy market is a large and profitable market with significant interests, and so regulation and country plans should protect the interests of the community and the development of the country. And we need to build partnerships with these private stakeholders. Just to go back to the idea of thinking global but acting local. Acting is key in this proposal, and this is how we see it from the point of view of Baja California in a systemic way. Let's just say joining these visions among the stakeholders, and that's how we can find common ground. And we know that we are sailing through this storm, if you wish, but in spite of that, we're not necessarily on the same boat. Each state, each region has its own peculiarities, and of course, we would like to offer the lessons we've learned, our model as a benchmark for other regions and even for some subnational regions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a México.
I'd like to thank Mexico. We have a long list of countries that have asked for the floor, and we have limited time. So please, let's optimize the time so that no one is left out. So we'll go straight to Paraguay. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll try to be brief. What I'd like to say is that Paraguay has a generation mix that is fully renewable and has the highest per capita surplus in the production of this type of energy in the world. But the energy consumption mix still has a significant share of fossil fuels, close to 41%, which are imported, whereas the share of electricity is only 18%. And this is due to the fact that the country still relies on hydrocarbons in different sectors, such as mobility, for example, because of not having green mobility options. And so in order to make progress towards the implementation of electromobility in the country as part of the electromobility strategic council. A pilot plan for electromobility was submitted in the city of Hernando Arias, near the border with Brazil. 110 electric buses will be built with the cooperation of the Korean government. Most of the electric power in Paraguay is exported to Brazil and Argentina because it is still a challenge to have the necessary infrastructure to be able to correctly distribute the large amounts of energy that are produced. Paraguay, in spite of being a huge energy generator, faces problems to actually use it in order to produce goods and services. The percentage of our population that has access to electric power in 2020 was 99.6%, and the goal for 2030 is to reach full supply throughout the territory. Electric power distribution is the closest point to the user in terms of supply, and it's the state that requires most of the investment and improvements. And in this context, Paraguay has been making progress in transforming its energy mix and the use of its 100% clean and renewable energy in strategic sectors, such as farming and transportation. In fact, the proposal was to reduce fossil fuel consumption by 20% and increasing by 60% the use of renewable energies by 2030. And the government also committed to fostering the substitution of fossil fuels that are by bioenergy, electricity, and other nationally produced energy sources. This is reinforced by the Sustainable Energy Agenda for the 2019 and 2023 by establishing the objectives of characterizing and fostering the use of energy resources as a renewable and alternative and energy efficiency in transportation, and to develop standards and regulations for electromobility and implementing fleet hydrogen fleet assessment. Regarding green hydrogen, we could say that the support of IDB in collaboration of national institutions in June 2021, we published towards green hydrogen in Uruguay. This is a response to a sustainable energy agenda in Paraguay, because we intend to be a catalyst for the development of green hydrogen in order to supplement the energy of the country and to contribute to its productive development. Besides, it is also a supplement to the national actions regarding sustainable urban transit systems as an alternative to mitigate environmental impact in terms of public healthcare due to the activities of mobility in transportation, because that they are blamed because of the noise pollution, air pollution, and increased temperature in urban areas. The government intends to use the hydro energy surplus by using hydrogen as a fuel. This is an inspiration of diversifying our energy mix, achieving higher levels of efficiency, and also decarbonize transportation according to the Sustainable Energy Agenda for 2019 and 2023, and green hydrogen roadmap, besides international agreements signed by Paraguay to fight climate change. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Paraguay. Ahora le damos.
Thank you, Paraguay. We now give the floor to Venezuela. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate all of the speakers. This has been a very interesting session. I just will take a couple of minutes to comment on something. I didn't want to miss the chance to exchange ideas in affordable and clean energy, to tell you about what's happening in the region. If we look at our region, we're like a tank full of energy. We have one of the main deposits of hydrocarbons in Venezuela, oil deposits, water, energy we can find throughout the whole continent, or such as lithium. We have one of the main reserves in Bolivia. And if we look at all the countries, we have tremendous potentiality, and this places us in facing a tremendous challenge. On the one hand, taking use in our countries of this for productive development. And for that, we need funding of countries and as well as from the multilateral financial system, because of the tremendous amount of resources that are needed. On the other hand, the promotion of solidarity programs for solidarity as was Petrocaribe. Petrocaribe is a program in Venezuela together with other Caribbean and countries in the region were able to distribute oil with solidarity for these member states and facilitating what used to be traditional energy supply to some Caribbean countries. And therefore, Venezuela is firm in its desire to build a new road whereby new sources of energy as well as traditional sources such as oil will become a priority in order to counteract the negative effects of climate change. We do have solar energy projects that seem to be a tangible option in Venezuela because of our geographic location and the potential in the use of solar energy. This would change the excessive use of oil and coal. We should also look into the future to consider the next generations so that they may enjoy the world as we know it today. We should also take advantage of the commitment of our countries in consolidating this project. And if we're clear about the world priorities, we may make decisions efficiently. It all depends on us to choose our path and steps to safeguard the planet with renewable projects using solar and biomass or perhaps wind. And we do have some of these projects in Falcón province. There we have a tremendous potential for solar energy, but we do require bilateral financing. That is why I would like to promote these projects in the energy, but we do need resources for that. There are ways to reach this destination with better means and more solidarity cooperation in the region. Thank you, Venezuela. Well, we still have 15 minutes to go before lunch, so I please beg you to optimize time. Panama. Thank you, Madam Chair. In talking about SDG number 7, in trying to ensure universal access to accessible, reliable, and modern energy, in Panama, we can say that the coverage of the population that has access to electricity of over 90% in almost all of our provinces, except for the indigenous locations. Lately, that has grown, but even so, the data is still below the national average. In terms of access to renewables, between 1915 and 21, we had an increase in the supply of renewables, although the final consumption of energy has increased. Therefore, the share of renewables has not varied that much. In facing this reality and the challenges involved, we are looking at the different sectors, and let me mention a few. We have the national plan for water resources, and as a result, the Environment Ministry is following these needs and the challenges because of climate change. The national policy on climate change sees this as key for the national development and for the structural changes that are needed for our economy. And so that we may go into a green decarbonized energy mix and with a healthy environment. Climate change in Venezuela has a plan in terms of gender, such as to have new ideas such as training and gender parity in order to have a sustainable system with low emissions. Our energy ministry has had a roadmap, women energy, in order to continue with the energy transition in the country that aims at encouraging human rights, including energy for 2,000 families that still don't have power. With this initiative, Panama becomes the second Latin American country to develop a roadmap based on this relationship, woman energy. So let's create this inclusive process and speed it up, having women as part of the energy transition that is our energy plan. Based on this, we have also increased the energy supply coming from renewables. The first result was a loan for solar panels. We have increased in double the megawatts in photovoltaic and wind energies. We have another law that encourages e-mobility in land transportation so as to reduce the emission of household greenhouse gases. This year, Panama will become the first Central American country to have a bus transport route that will be 100% electrical. We are now facing tremendous challenges and opportunities as well because of the modern world. So universal access to energy is vital. We'll continue working to ensure access to accessible, safe, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. We now recognize Costa Rica. Thank you, Madam Chair. Costa Rica has defined a path and goals to reach carbon neutrality, and we have a national energy plan that was to be concluded by 2030, where the clean energies will become the main pillar. In 22, last year, we had the 8th year in a row to create more than 98% electricity coming from 5 alternative sources. And by this year, it is believed that this will reach 100% right now. We have the third geothermal plant that is the third largest in the country with 262 megawatts, made up by 7 generation plants and 7 wind plants that are managed by cooperatives, public and private, as well as municipal entities. In 2021 was the year when we less used thermal energy since in 1956 with the operation of the Colima geothermal plant. Those that use hydrocarbons have created only 2.7 megawatts in order to meet the country's demands. According to the general manager of our electrical institute, our sound mix means that even during the pandemic, we were able to have historic figures, keeping the continuity and quality of the service. Costa Rica is now world leader in the sustainable power production. This year, our main resources in our mix have to do with water, 74%, geothermal, 13%, wind, 13%, biomass, and sun complete these accruing 0.56%. According to the International Competitiveness Index, in 21, Costa Rica became the country with the power mix with the most contribution coming from solar. Right now, our population does have access to electricity, but we're now reaching energy into these households, but also we want that electricity to be clean. The National Energy Plan is now offering electricity coming from renewable in order to avoid an increase in the relative participation of thermal in our mix. And this will allow for the maintenance and progress of that indicator. We want also the national companies to see this energy as an obstacle, but as an additional activity that can be part of the world trend, adapting our business models and along these lines, such as the development of solutions in solar, wind, and hydro certification, design of bio managers amongst all. And in order to include in this model, we are using a system for the optimization of resources. We now have efficient control and measurement systems looking at alternative or renewable energies also in the production amongst companies and households. Thank you. Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the speakers for your contributions. In Colombia, about 70% of installed capacity comes from renewables and water resources. That is why we are trying to encourage this in the rest of the region, because that is an abundant resource and is indeed a solution in view of our climate crisis. Goal number 7 cannot be separated from economic development in the region. That is why our government wants to go towards a productive model based on respecting the nature, leaving behind the extraction systems, and with free and clean energy for the creation of further energy, which is called a fair energy transition. This has to do with using more renewables, especially non-conventional, such as solar, wind, and mainly green hydrogen. Our Caribbean littoral coast has a great potential. And finally, we'd like to mention the importance of promoting Latin American integration based on renewable energy, with the interconnection of non-conventional from Patagonia into Alaska, with a decarbonization of the continental model production, so that our region may reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, focusing in the generation with decarbonization and less use of fossil fuels. Thank you. Thank you. Brazil. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share the fact that Brazil is one of the countries that most uses renewables as a part of our mix. This is due to the high participation of hydro plants in the creation of generation of energy and the consumption of ethanol in automobiles. And besides, solar and wind have been used much more in the last few years, becoming one of the main generators of power in some of the quarters of our world, such as of our country, such as in the Northeast. Our mix has increased in 50% in the solar supply and 27% in wind. In talking about the 16 indicators and the SDG 7, Brazil has made a lot of progress, although we still have challenges. In 7.1, we have reached 99.8% of the population having access to electricity. That is to say, pretty much all Brazilians have that access. In talking about 7.1.2, 96% of the population in Brazil has primary access to fuel and clean energy. And to that, we have made progress in the use of ethanol. And another example has to do with the national plan for biodiesel and the number of biotechnology in the local production of alcohol, ACLA. And here the challenge is still updating data. In 7.1 on renewables, the balance last year shows that the share of renewables in our mix is still one of the largest in the world. We have now had hydraulic offer, and because of the lack of water, we are increasing wind and solar supply for the creation of electricity in order to supply that lack. And the use of diesel has made our mix with the responsibility of renewables of 46%, which is way above the world average, which is of 14%, as Mr. Andres well said. As to the capability of the generation of renewables, we're now progressing, increasing our installed capacity for the generation of solar energy as well as wind energy. That has grown in 41% and 21% in 21. As to the future, we will continue going forward. The federal government in May will go into the ecological transitional plan focusing wind, hydro, and solar. The plan will create incentives so that our industry will go through this process towards a low carbon uh, system. We will have incentives for the national production of our solar panels as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. It is already 12:58, and we must close this panel on SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. I apologize for the countries that had asked for the floor. And we have the representatives from UN systems that have asked the floor as well as civil society. But we ask that you wait. We have the authorization for civil society to hold the floor for 1 minute, Maria Jose. You have 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will very briefly say that. First of all, I'd like to thank and applaud the fact that civil society has been included in all panels. I am Maria Jose Gubertino from the Citizen Association for Human Rights in Argentina, and I speak on behalf of the participation mechanism of civil society in this plenary. We would like to insist that our colleague Kaira is standing for us in this panel. That is why she was introduced with other titles. But I'd like to read a paragraph, and these are the conclusions of civil society's work in our first day that was 26. We suggest the construction of economies and societies post-extraction in order to protect the cultural and natural diversity. In that, we need a social, ecological, structural transition, a progressive exit from depending on oil, coal, and gas, mining, deforestation, and monoculture plantations. We must go through energy grids that are decentralized, demerchandized, and democratic towards models that are collective and of high quality. We defend an energy transition that is guided by a process that will allow for a process to get rid of poverty and the multidimensional inequalities. We propose a new social covenant that will place at the core life itself with a development model that will cover balance with nature, that will promote renewables with sustainable technology coming from fair supply chains. We draw your attention on the processes of an energy transition on a corporate nature that will leave the region as a place for extraction of common goods and to promote energy transition in industrialized countries. Without a fair popular transition, we will not be facing the climate and environment crisis, nor will we follow the needs of workers and communities that are being affected by energy transition. We foster and democratic access to energy because we believe that it is a fundamental right that nobody should be deprived of, and that the tariffs cannot be greater than the capability of some families to pay for. Thank you, Madam President and Madam Chair and delegates. Thank you all for allowing for civil society to contribute to this meeting. And I thank all of the speakers who were part of this panel. We will meet again at 2:30 with panel number 3. We will now adjourn for lunch and we can also attend the different side events. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Damos comienzo a esta mesa número 3. Vamos a pedirle a cada una de las delegaciones que por favor ocupen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We will now hold our next table, and this is entitled panel number 3, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. We will have a very, very enriching panel with several presentations, and our dear Michelle Mochel will be our moderator. She's the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. So I will immediately give the floor to Michelle, so as to start with the different presentations. Thank you, dear Chair. Good afternoon. It is indeed an honor to moderate this panel with high-level participants from governments, the private sector, and with different kinds of expertise. And precisely the purpose of this kind of discussion in this forum for Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development is to provide decision makers with an opportunity and space for collective learning between peers, sharing experiences, common goals, good practices, and lessons learned in our efforts to lead the efforts towards SDGs in our countries. On this occasion, we'll be talking about goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Aware of the fact that the crises in our regions, such as COVID-19, the war on Ukraine, as well as other crises after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, makes us realize that the productive structure indeed matters, not only for long-term growth, but also to be able to face with a greater resilience crises and challenges in the long term. It has also become evident that the countries in the region that have been able to diversify their production into technology-intense manufacturing and using innovation and knowledge have better faced this crisis with more economic resilience. It is also clear that the special context of Latin America and the Caribbean is one that still holds differences in very markedly different access to internet, especially between cities and rural. We have a difference of 27 points as an average. That means that there are places where this is even more drastic. But we also have differences in the quality and quantity of access in terms of income. The gaps between the highest and lowest quintiles are of 20 percentage points in some countries in the region. Foreign investment in emerging tech startups has doubled, even more than doubled this year. And in 2017, we had more than 25 new investors. But this is still a region where if we look at the global innovation index, the region that less invests in innovation is here, but it's the one where we find the largest number of unicorns. So it's interesting because it's a region of contrasts and opportunities. We have been holding conversations this week on the protection of the environment and the transformation of our energy mix and what that can mean in terms of innovation, industry, and infrastructure. This afternoon, we will go deeper into these challenges, productive challenges that the region is facing, as well as the rest of the world, in changing moments, always having in mind these new opportunities. We have a an outstanding panel. I would ask that each speaker take up no more than 7 minutes, and we will reflect on the role of public policy in facing these challenges. How this region can speed up the development of the manufacturing sector and increasing investment in scientific research and innovation so as to fully meet goal number 9, but especially how to get this innovation to be inclusive. That is, innovating to include, so as to all sectors of society may profit from this. I ask that the speakers will look at this from the standpoint of public policy, that you share your experiences where you have been successful in going in the wrong direction. And also, what are the challenges that you have encountered, the barriers, because we can also learn from that. I'd like to start out by welcoming the Minister of Economy, Tourism, Nicolas Grau from Chile. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Michelle. I thank the organizers and the opportunity to be here with this very distinguished audience. The progress that we are accomplishing right now as administration. I will let you know about something that is pretty important and follows the line of what has been requested of us. Let me first of all say that SDGs for my government are of the highest importance. Only recently, we launched our view on this and we delivered a roadmap to the president on how this would go about. And in terms of the Ministry of Economy, I stress the importance on how to improve the life quality of people throughout the world. And we know that innovation, manufacturing, and production at large has an important role in reaching these goals. And it can be a goal in itself, something that we agree with. Now, what are we analyzing as government? I will bring to you a budgetary program that is called Sustainable Development Budget Program. This is a way to organize our budget here in Chile, a place where we have different ministries following a single goal, because it's a cross-cutting topic. In terms of amount, this program has involved an increase in the government spending in science and technology of 13%, science, technology, and innovation. Chile hadn't had this kind of increase ever since the first administration of President Bachelet, starting 2016. And this came about not only because of the political desire to stress this instrument and these challenges. We well know that the outcome will be made evident in the mid-long term. So that is why it is a plus for the current administration. But aside from that, in taking advantage of the historic opportunity that we're facing now, we are a great lithium producing that is bringing in revenue that has allowed us to be able to invest much more in science and technology, and this will be kept in time. Now, how does this work? As I said, this is an interministerial endeavor led by the Ministry of Economy with the participation of energy, science, environment, mining, finance, aside from Corfo, which is our development agency. And because, since it is interministerial in nature, this program has defined amongst the teams the objectives that will say how the money will be spent. So it's not that there's a quota per ministry. No. First, the goals, objectives are established, and afterwards we see the different instruments that we have at hand in order to apply this investment to these goals. Now, what are the goals for the beginning? And here we are talking about a fair transition. As Michelle said, we are going in a transition, in a just transition that will be worrying about the quality of the jobs, of the joining of different sized companies that is preoccupied by the distribution of income in this just transition in Chile. And secondly, resilience and adaptation to climate change. This is extremely important for Chile. Not only are we adopting these long-term commitments until 50, but we are also a country that has been much impacted by climate change. We have the fires that have scourged large part of our territory and many other climate change effects. And that is why we wish to, as other countries, go into productive diversification. This is, I'd say, another means to protect the country through a development strategy to face these extreme events. And lastly, productive diversification. Through these three objectives, we are figuring out what are the programs and instruments available. We use the instruments that already existed, but we are guiding the instruments. We are increasing our spending in science, technology, knowledge, and innovation, but we are also guiding the effort through different demands that come from the industry and from society. So we are listening to the demands and we are connecting this with our current challenges. We have therefore used existing instruments, but that did not have a guidelines, so we say, and we are now guiding these in terms of the preset goals. How am I doing in time? Let me make a couple comments because together with this Sustainable Development budgetary program, which I insist has a quantitative and a qualitative element. Aside from this, Chile is making big steps into the green hydrogen industry. We are starting to develop and we're already going into environmental assessment of different green hydrogen projects in Antofagasta and Magallanes. As government, here we are articulating, coordinating all of this, and having a horizontal conversation with the industry in order to define the design of the industry. How can we have the productive chain? How can we get that to be distributed in terms of salaries and income for the different regions? Chile has exceptional conditions in order to make environmental challenges not an obstacle, but a motor for development. We have lithium, we have copper, and green hydrogen. So this is a way of strengthening our position in the world, but it is also a way to improve the quality of living of all Chileans. So green hydrogen, we have just, as government, launched our national lithium strategy. There was a speech made by our president a few days ago, Mr. Boric. And in that strategy, at the heart is a public-private partnership to increase production and wealth, but also to protect our salt mines, to protect biodiversities that we have. That's the importance of guiding research innovation into these protective challenges that we have in Chile. And finally, we do have another agenda to promote manufacturing that is also led by our ministry. So there are many activities that are ongoing, placing at the core production, environmental challenges, economic challenges, social challenges, so that we may respond to SDGs, always have in mind this productive in industry. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for being here with us and for your reflection. I am now pleased to give the floor to Perpetua Almeida, Director of the Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very pleased to participate here in this panel with distinguished authorities and ministers and also joining different countries from Africa. After 16 years acting at the Brazilian Parliament as federal congressman for the Amazon, Acre, and in foreign policies and national defense in economic development, science and technology, I was invited by President Lula and Vice President Alckmin to help lead the Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, ABD. Our President Lula da Silva, in navigating with Mr. Alckmin, Vice President, allocated to him the range of the industry, trade, ministry. That means that the national industry has been led to the highest level of importance. Many recognize here and abroad that they have gone through disindustrialization and loss of competitiveness in important sectors of our industry. According to Minister Alckmin, it is imminent, the deindustrialization of our country. And he adds, the Brazilian industry must go back to being protagonist and having a high share of our GDP. The needs to overcome the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, and different crises, environmental crises, require us to go together with the productive sector, with the academia, private sector, and international community to face that challenge. And according to Minister Alckmin as well, in spite of being responsible to only 11% of our GDP, still the transformation industry contributes with 69% of all in money going to R&D. Now we respond to 25% of our tax collection. That is to say, almost 3 times our weight in our economy. Brazil, therefore, cannot go without economic growth, and it cannot reach social development. So we need industry. Industrialization is a tremendous challenge, and it also requires the return of industrial policies that are needed towards that development. Considering this urgent task of being a part so that the whole world may meet all SDGs, is that SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure are. Well, that is why we are now concentrating our efforts in Brazil in order to ensure the implementation of new measures and so needed changes. And in this, at IMEDIC, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Development that is led by our Vice President, we have created CND, which is the National Council for the Industrial Development. We have created a new secretariat for green economy, decarbonization, and bioindustry. In this same effort, we are at the ABDI, together with my colleagues Ida Calvetti and Carlos Geraldo, have approved another pillar of work towards that agency. You created the Sustainable Development Division and Industrialization, and that is the one that I'm heading. BNDES has just launched in Brazil a line of credit of 21 billion for small and medium entrepreneurs. The Brazilian government is thus recreating a complex for the health industry. And it has also reduced some of the innovation problems and stimulus that was in the past. But we are now ensuring the formation of scientific development and technological development involving 9.6 billion. And part of these resources will be heading towards structuring projects in reindustrialization and digital transformation. We must recover lost ground fast because there are so many challenges that the crisis, the pandemic, and the war have brought. We want a modern industry that will create good jobs and it will distribute wealth amongst our citizens. We want and we can be protagonists in the decarbonization of the global economy. And we want to contribute for the mitigation of climate change, prioritizing clean energy, giving rise to a productive process that will diversify our energy grid with investment in innovation, always looking for more sustainability in the environment. Reindustrialization, or as our VP says, he's also Minister of Economic Development, Geraldo Alckmin, the neo-industrialization is more than a challenge. It is an opportunity for Brazil to become part of the new world order, being more competitive and more concerned with the environment. We know that this start and these new times in Brazil won't be easy because of the current situation, but we want and we certainly will get there. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director. I will now move on to Manuel Alvaradejo, Regional Representative for Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay for the UN Industrial Development Organization. Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to thank ECLAC for the invitation to the panel and also the publication, which has been the background to this event, and of course, everything that has contributed to this discussion. We are, the UNIDO is the UN Agency for Industrial Development, and we work with technical cooperation projects in the region. Although so well presented by Michelle, industry and manufacturing, I think it is also interesting to recall that why is industry part of the 2030 agenda if it was not present in the MDGs? And it is important once again to recall the why. There is clear evidence that shows the direct correlation that exists between industry and economic growth, and also industry related to employment, and also it is a great driver of technological development in countries. In the words of the Cambridge economist Hyun Chan, and he thought here in his book, Bad Samaritan, history shows us repeatedly that the most important thing that makes the rich country distinct from the poor is their manufacturing capacity. But aside from the economic link between industry and manufacturing, COVID has shown that this is also a sign of recovery and resilience. We've seen in Latin America how the disruption of value chains have presupposed the rebirth of so much national industry in many countries where it was thought that it would be possible to do this because they were importing everything. Garments, medicines, protective equipment, medicine has all been part of the pandemic and has shown the relevance of the industrial sector. I would like to focus on the status of SDG 9 in the region, because based not only on the ECLAC study, but also a somewhat deeper study that we have done, taking a look at indicators that go a little bit beyond those presented in the reports, and also giving it a different approach to our analysis. What have we seen in the last 20 years? If we divide SDG 9 into infrastructure, innovation, and industry, we see that not necessarily are all three going hand in hand. Quite clearly, we have seen an improvement in infrastructure indicators as appeared in the ACLAC report, and also we've seen a significant stagnation in the drop in the innovation indicators. But what is the greatest concern is the very high concentration of this innovation. We're speaking mainly of a region that has a expenditure of 0.6% of the GDP, which is exactly the same as in 2011. And if we compare this to the US, for example, US has 3.5%, and there is a significant difference. But what is most important of everything is that Brazil concentrates 65% of this in the entire region. If we add Argentina and Mexico, 86% of this in the region. So it's a matter of concentration in the region, which distorts our analysis of the region. But perhaps what's most interesting when we get to look at innovation, because innovation basically, especially when applied to the productive sector, it comes when you execute and finance via the productive sector. In Latin America, the government finances 56% of R&D, and the other percent is the private sector. And this is very different to what is happening worldwide, and where the business sector, public as well as private, leads financing as well as the execution of R&D. And it would seem that in Latin America, R&D has more to do with a way of pushing innovation by the government. And this ends up with universities. And there's not such a clear connection between the private sector and the government when it comes to executing and financing R&D. And so for us, we think that, in fact, the most practical way, or that translates into productivity, is when the productive sector is involved in the execution as well as the financing. And well, what affects us most directly of all three is industrialization. This was just said very well by Perpetua, that galloping deindustrialization that we had seen in the region in the last 20 years, and that unfortunately is not captured very well with these indicators of SDG 9. I would not like to get into the details here, although we do have a long list of data, but we do have a decline in manufacturing added value in per capita terms since the year 2000 through to 2022. In the year 2013 is when Latin America crossed with Asia in per capita terms, and Asia took off a upward trend, and Latin America a downward trend. We have a decline in the weight of added value in GDP, and also a decline over the total of employment, and also a decline in the weight of technological industry out of the total number of industries. So therefore, the context is of a deindustrialization that is quite significant. What's most interesting of all this, from our viewpoint, what's unique about all this is that while we see this deindustrialization process going on in Latin America, we've also seen a radical change in the discourse and the policies for industrialization, basically in those countries and institutions that before were in favor. Let me give you some examples. Over the last three administrations in the US, Obama, as well as Trump and Biden, there was a tremendous drive towards industrialization of the country. Remember the bailout of the motor industry with Obama, and the famous Made in America by Trump, and the drive to reduce the negative impact of the trade balance with China. And now, under the Biden administration, they passed the famous CHIPS law that allows the US to position itself as one of the great drivers of the technology sector, and also offered $370 billion in subsidies for energy transition. That's in the US. Now, and also the impact of the EU has to do with how the productive sector must support the transition, the energy transition, for the green transition, contributed $60 billion in projects. And from the institutional viewpoint, I think that for the UN system, and especially UNIDA, but we've changed, a significant change in discourse. We have seen how an institution such as the IMF, published in 2019, titled The Return of the Policy That Shall Not Be Named, the Principles of Industrial Policy, and recognizes industrial policy, saying that industrial policy is an uncomfortable history that we can no longer ignore. And to conclude, I wanted to say that we shall share with ECLAC this viewpoint, and that we need to once again drive forward industrialization in the region, and also that industrialization models have changed significantly. There are two mega trends that are determining the new industrial policies at a global scale. For example, the eruption of the 4.0 industry, AI, cloud computing, big data, and others, and that radically changed the way of understanding industrialization, because this is applied cross-cuttingly to all sectors of the economy. We have major opportunities, as the Minister Grau said, opportunities offered by green transitions. In the case of Latin America, opportunities on renewables, green hydrogen, the circular economy, exploitation of lithium and other rare metals. And for UNIDO, these are major elements of a new industrial policy that leads us to rethink the conflict of winning sectors and structural changes. This is very ECLAC in nature, structural change, because before we used to be aware of the dependence of certain sectors that were extractive and primary in the region, and that has always led us to think that the best change would be a linear towards manufacturing and towards those technology-intensive sectors, and that is reflected in the SDGs. But the interesting thing is that all that has changed. Right now, we can think of applying 4.0 industry to the circular economy and energy transition to almost all sectors of the economy. Today, it is difficult to think that a country such as Chile might unhitch itself from the mining sector and could be competitive. And not even to say anything about the place where I am living in Uruguay, in the agribusiness sector. So I thank ECLAC for the invitation, and at UNIDO, we are ready to help in the speeding up and achievement of this SDG. Thank you. Thank you, my dear Manuel. And now I hand over to Brígida Fernández Rubio, the Director General of the Development Planning Committee of the state of Baja California, Mexico. Good afternoon, everyone, and receive a warm welcome from Marina del Pilar Ávila Almeida, who is the governor of Baja California in Mexico. And also our thanks to ECLAC for the invitation and the invitation to meet with all of you, particularly my neighbor here, who has opened up for me, or he's detonated a series of ideas in my mind, and so I would have to change my presentation. But well, I had prepared it, so I will be consistent with what I prepared, but you have invited me to reflect. Thank you. From where I come, that's where homeland begins. And at the same time, we are the northern gate of Latin America, a united America, this sort of aura, speaking the same language. And today we are united and gathered here to dissolve the borders among countries and speak in the language of sustainable development. SDGs represent this language of understanding, this language that has served us as a roadmap and has also led to encounters and spoken of similarities and opportunities to forge partnerships with common interests among countries and regions. And even in the case of Mexico, we do so with North America, specifically the US. And though the language is different, the geography is not. The economy, the strong social links that tie us together, And all of this means that we are in one same territory, and that is why Baja California has placed on the table this dialogue with our northern border, precisely the issue of sustainable development as a purpose that we share in common in the region that we comprise. And in the the subnational government of Baja California, we promote public policies that cross-cuttingly place people and their needs at the center. And this SDG 9 is precisely based on the development of the capacities of people. We have embraced the 2030 Agenda, furthered in its achievement through the State Development Plan, and achievement via positive actions and sectoral programs that truly affect more directly the territory. And they compromise targets, indicators, and above all, public resources and management by the various development agents. All of this is being done together with them, the agents. On the one hand, with the academic institutions with whom we have found great partners, and we believe are essential in the awareness building and speeding up the fact that SDGs should be known by society at large, and they reach the young students who are the drivers, the proactive action of that development. And so important work is done by governments at their different levels with whom we are also in synergy. And of course, the private initiative, because many of the enterprises, at least in Baja California, also follow SDGs. And in a participatory fashion, establishing with civil society a public policy for Baja California that has been binding with SDGs, and this is a good basis to have indicators and being able to monitor them. And that's where you have led me to think about these indicators. And so we have public programs such as Respira, which is able to move ahead in parallel with this target 9 in 3 components. One, channeling a lot of productive public investment, about 3.6 Berishi said billion pesos in the first few years, first of all, for water infrastructure as the basis for productive development, another one for roadworks and paving, and also aiming towards territorial connectivity and other projects that are relevant for mobility, detonating the transit of projects, merchandise, such as bodegas. And of course, the mobility of people is what matters to us in terms of infrastructure. We are also sowing and cultivating a series of green areas to improve the quality of the air and the recreational activities. And we are furthering sustainable transport with an inclusive and sustainable approach with financing mechanisms as just signed by the governor, Bono Verde, and linked to Bank. In this sense, this initiative means that this is an innovative financial instrument for a subnational state, and definitely this means that we are coming closer to sustainable development and a better integration of the border region. And in our peninsula, we have proximity is a pillar of sustainability, and development is firmly based on local agents and in our partnerships to achieve what is sustainable. This can only be done, everyone together. Although there is a long history of cooperation here in the areas of water and sanitation recently, with the Act 323 of ASILA, paving and air quality have also been a joint issue, environmental pollution among others, and so the results are there. However, there are other themes such as industry, innovation, infrastructure, which is the basis for a productive development, and also sustainable development, where we have regional cooperation and have a direct impact on the life and well-being of people. And the north of Mexico, we have stood out for our economic performance and our productive activities, and our state is a good example. Electronic air industry, aerospace industry, medical devices of today so necessary after the pandemic, and agribusiness. However, we are placing particular attention to issues such as medical tourism and the emerging sector of creative industries. which mean that we are finding our place in the national map. And despite COVID-19 that led to a closure of our common border with the US and which led to major affectation of our productive chains, we believe that this crisis has created opportunities for Latin America and Mexico with a greater projection in the border states such as ours, and also strategies proposed to mitigate the impact and the realities of the pandemic.
Under these prospects that include, for example, the relocation of suppliers and chains, the Inter-American Development Bank in 2022 appointed Mexico as one country in Latin America with the highest level of opportunities for exports that are derived from the nearshoring. It is a fact that this fosters an ideal circumstance for taking advantage of the closeness as a pillar to sustainability without leaving aside the transcendence of the consolidation of the NEC, particularly for northern Mexico. This accounts for an opportunity that favors industrial development and direct benefits for those who live in Baja California because of the economic processes we integrated local and global and regional, and they're interconnected to the productive paths and the capacity building and knowledge building locally. So that from the territory, our collaboration as neighbors is more and more necessary and timely in terms of SDGs achievement. It is why relocation highlights the importance of what's local and the regional space as the correct ones for what's sustainable, so that the different stakeholders may adopt and participate on actions focused with an impact on the objectives, specifically in order to address goal number 9 and its impacts by doing it on goal 8, 10, 11, and 12 at least. This is a turning point. Right now, ahorita, as we say in Mexico, we need multi-actor partnerships, the collaboration that should exist in the different contexts. And just to give you an example, I would talk about the link that we have established between planning and development institutions on both sides of the northern border, SANDAC, San Diego, California, and COPLADE in Baja California, Mexico, with initiatives that we have implemented for socio-demographic and geographic information that will feed the SDG indicators on a dashboard that communicates data and information from both sides of the border as a support tool from universities in order to do analysis and impact assessment on both sides. We're recognizing, but we want to measure and to jointly achieve sustainable development in the region that we integrate. Being aware of the time scale and the unprecedented opportunity we have with the relocation opportunity, this strategy will be coupled with profound changes in productive conversions with innovative processes and generation of more added value to the region. But also that imposes particularly important challenges to our administration. For example, the one we are taking and fostering in terms of talent development and strengthening the rule of law that will incentivize development projects for electromobility, innovation, technological design, and the manufacturing of semiconductors, among other production processes that do require immediate and future action in order to favor the border and the country. However, it is also a historical time, an unavoidable time to accelerate and to jointly integrate sustainable projects and to drive this closeness as a pillar to sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, director.
Thank you very much, Director. I'd like to put the floor now to Hernan Ceballos, manager of Impulsa Colombia. Hernan, good afternoon. Impulsa is the agency in our country, in Colombia, that manages innovation and entrepreneurship. Industry in Colombia has lost a significant share from the 90s. It used to be 22% of our GDP. Currently, is between 10 and 11%, losing a significant share in terms of production, as we all know. Because of a wave of policies in Latin America and the current President Petro's administration has committed to reactivating industry. What is the overall objective? Let me see if I can.
¿Cuál es el objetivo general?
What is the overall objective of the policy? Well, there's also maybe we had somebody who supported us from ECLAC, supporting us in the tourism ministry. We designed a new industrial policy. The general objective was to transition from extractive economy to a knowledge-based economy. President Petro has insisted on knowledge very much. It is not an industry. It used to be based purely on protectionism instruments, but on a policy that will articulate the two basic sectors of any economy or any industrial policy: the knowledge generating system and the sector that produces goods and services, done through Kate Pavian or their theorists through technical and technological change. So it is key, everything having to do with the relationship between academia, businesses, and state. What are the specific objectives of this policy? To close productivity gaps, strengthening production chains and investments, diversifying and internal exported supply, and to deepen the links with America and the Caribbean. I believe we need to do this through production initiatives. Production initiatives that in those countries that have a industrial policy because of energy transition based on agro-industrialization and food security, which is key for us. Everything having to do with agro-industry, not only economy of sowing and harvesting, but also industrialization, especially what has to do with logistics, marketing, and distribution of food products. And the industrialization of the healthcare sector, producing vaccines and healthcare-related issues because of reindustrialization for the defense of life. We have a sector showing the largest technological development in the country, giving an internal conflict, which is the industry of defense. We are in a streamlining process of that sector with high international standards. We've built war ships, we've built satellites, and we need to also combine that with activities that strengthen peace industries, such as ambulances and doing satellite follow-up and all these set of new technologies that exist. And finally, territories and their business fabric. So we need to go from planning or formulation to productive reality. And basically that happens thanks to these instruments. I agree with what my colleague from Chile said. There need to be a new guidance to these instruments. The problem in Colombia is that it's not that there are no instruments, but the impact was limited. According to the Comptroller's Office, from the national budget used for production purposes, 0.04% was used. Even if they were well designed, they may not achieve a significant impact. Another topic is the concept of popular economy. In Colombia, there's significant informality, a large number of small enterprises, and basically for years to focus on that sector. And ILO state 80% of the jobs that are created in these activities are due to small productive units that have lasted for less than 5 years. We're also contributing a lot to entrepreneurship. All this trend that we see needs to be addressed as an industrial policy. The introduction of these new technologies takes place through youth in a relationship that we have established as academia, businesses, and state, which are entrepreneurial efforts based on technology. For example, MIT is the 11th economy that produces innovation in the world. We need to understand that how they articulate their productive sector with the sector that produces knowledge. The approaches will prioritize five of these initiatives. The basic concept we have is that industrial policies are implemented from a bottom up. We need to go to communities. We need to identify the problems that people have. We need to promote the development of the territories. Of course, not only in our case, industry is located in 7 regions, and the other 32 regions do not have that presence. We need to do it to agro industry, for example, and new technologies, um, recognizing heterogeneity, highlighting the popular economy with a gender perspective and sustainability, and also focusing on revenues. What are the measures that we have identified? Public procurement, investment on public and mixed enterprises, trade policy. In the case of public procurement, has to be connected with commercial policies. In the last few years, we've seen a reduction in taxes without the support. In the climate of the Washington Council said that the best industrial policy was not to have one. And many times we say that we are going to do a policy that is called productive development policy. So there's no difference then, because the term is poorly used. This means to have an industrial policy that is based on knowledge and that should be inclusive. We need to design mechanisms because the policy finally is reflected in development mechanisms. There may be lots of concepts and philosophy, but it's not practicable or actionable. It's very complicated to actually develop the type of industrialization. We need to introduce new approaches and new ways of doing things. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to offer the floor now to Fernando Sáez, Head of Public Affairs and Regulation at Telefónica Chile. Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon. Now, looking at the speakers that preceded me, I always wonder why a private company, a telecommunications company, is in a forum like this. And I think this is due to this twin transition concept. The twin transition that we call is a belief we have at Telefonica, and I believe is spreading all over the world, which consists of saying that there's no green transition if there's no digital transition, and that the digital is the driver to achieve this huge ambition by the United Nations and mankind of actually making a change and to control GHGs and to reverse the situation. A couple of figures. During the pandemic, there's a very interesting research conducted by Dr. Katz Young saying that countries that had more than 30% of their households connected to the web, to the internet, actually fared with the pandemic much better, and they did not undergo a recession or the economy didn't tank. Countries that did not have access to the internet or where less than 30% of their households were connected actually went into brutal recessions. So this shows, I guess, the importance that there should be internet for all, the rural internet, as our chair said, and that this is an unavoidable challenge for the entire region. By 2030, we expect that digitization of the industry, or Industry 4.0, digitization of people in society, will allow to reduce world emissions by 15 or 35%. So that's the right path. More connectivity, quality connectivity, and as fast as possible and as universal as possible. So please allow me to talk about the micro context. What are we doing as a business and how we are digitizing our processes and how do we address SDGs inside Telefonica, which is a multinational that operates almost everywhere in Latin America, or most of them. And then the macro context, which is more interesting because this is how telecommunications and digital companies can actually make this change if they work in public-private partnerships. In the micro context, I should mention if we look at the telecommunications industry growth, how much we've grown between 2015 and 2022, it is astonishing. It is exponential. We have 10 times the traffic in our network compared to 8 years ago. If we look at any industry, car industry, whatever, it is unthinkable for industry to grow by 8 times, eightfold in such a short period of time. Now we've grown eightfold because of the amount of data we manage, and the energy consumption has not grown, has decreased actually, which means that if we look at how
La industria de telecomunicaciones, transportar bits, ¿no? Lo que antes, diríamos que más de un 90%, 92% menos.
less energy is consumed today compared to 8 years ago to transport.
Entonces, esto es un primer tema muy potente.
Topic, and that shows that more than transporting physical goods, we need to transport bits.
Por supuesto,
Of course, it's not enough to not growing in terms of energy. We need to use renewable energies. Let me tell you that Telefonica in Peru and in Chile is 100% renewable, so we only use renewable sources for our energy supply. And the commitment is that by 2030, globally, everywhere where we operate, our energy will be 100% renewable. We can also say that our objective by 2030 is to reduce our emissions by 80%, that we're going to be net zero by 2040, and that if we look inside the company, in-house, there's a huge commitment, and I believe this is an invitation because we all have to do this, all companies operating in these countries. But more important than that, I believe, is the macro vision, and that one is how do we build these networks that will enable Industry 4.0 or to make a change regarding climate change. And I have a couple of charts. Let me see if I can use them, show them.
Muy bien. Bueno, no se ve nada.
Well, you cannot read it, so I'll tell you about it. Sorry. Those who are online can see it, of course. This relies on partnerships. We need to compete for customers and services and quality and price with other companies, of course. But in the case of infrastructure, we need to cooperate. It makes no sense to keep building 4 or 5 different networks in cities and no networks in small cities or towns. So we need to shift our way of thinking. In Chile, for example, and also in Colombia, what Telefónica has done is to establish
Tomar todos sus activos de fibra,
all the
tecnología del futuro, una empresa que
another company. We are minority shareholders in the other company, and that national network should provide services to our.
Entonces es una alianza.
So it is an alliance.
No,
because it's inefficient, environmentally it's not good because we are doubling and sometimes growing the effort by fourfold and cabling everywhere. Let's use only one cable with enough capacity to provide the service to everyone. I believe this is a paradigm shift. The result of this, in Chile, more than 70% of households in Chile have access to this network, and they can connect at 1 gigabit per second speed. We always say that small cities in Chile, Porvenir, for example, which is the far south, have the same service quality compared to people. There's no difference for an inhabitant to live in Porvenir or to live in a large city. And this is making a huge change. Another example, in rural areas, Telefónica created a company that's called Internet para Todos, which is a very curious endeavor. The shareholders are IDB, CAF, and also Meta, which is the owner of Facebook. So it is a very, very heterogeneous alliance or partnership, but the aim is to get internet to the rural world. In 4 years only, 4G high quality internet has been provided to 16,000 little towns and villages in Peru, up in the mountains or in the jungle. Again, the same concept. A partnership, in this case, the public and private alliance, build a network, and in that network, well, other operators use it, not only by Telefonica.
Operadores dan el
And the operators at that service. These are examples of very interesting partnerships in order to build with a clean, efficient system. It's a change of paradigm. And the governments and the authorities are surprised and they wonder how can the privates not compete between themselves but join to build a network? Well, we do believe that is the correct way, and it's the future. Connectivity. That's the groundwork of a building. And our region, unfortunately, has seen many buildings that only stick to the groundwork and never build the rest. What is needed to build the building is innovation. Without innovation, even if there is a human capital well prepared in the new technologies in big data, IA, cybersecurity, this will get worse. And what are we doing in our foundation? We have Conecta Empleo. That is a system that has trained in digital employment almost 60,000 persons in Latin America. It sounds easy, but 60,000 persons is a large number. And how do we do in Chile, where we already have 100,000? Well, in partnering with the labor ministry. And it's amazing that we're able to reach these figures. So we got together with the labor ministry, and we asked ourselves how to reach different groups of persons. And we were able to offer different courses. For example, in the industry of construction, in tourism. And as a result, we have gone there. We've talked to the people at the municipalities, asking what is it they needed in order to provide this online training that has really made the difference. Now, the one that I'm most proud of is certainly Pro Futuro program. That is an initiative that we are conducting together with the government, Chile with the Secretary of Education and the municipality where the schools lie. And we have trained 895,000 teachers in Latin America, almost 1 million teachers that have been trained in digital skills in order to be able to teach young people or older persons to use technology. And another PPP is precisely this. The government by itself or the companies by themselves would not have been able, but together we have looked for the best way to go about training. And that would be my presentation. I am really thankful for the invitation to be here. And I do believe that in these public-private partnerships, in the new way of doing things, we will be able to meet SDGs for sure. Thank you, Fernando. I think that you yourself answered the question on why your participation here was so important. I am now pleased to hand over to my dear friend, Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for UN Women for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon. Well, aside from understanding why the private sector is important, you now will understand why it's important to have women as part of industrial policy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because unfortunately, all of these policies, SDG number 9, don't have any specific indicators on gender. And without that, as you know, you can't measure. And if you can't measure, then half of the population will be out. It will be then difficult to have a productive industrial, technological, digital policies that will truly include women. And that's where we should start. But why don't we create them? So I tell you, let's create these indicators. Now, there are deep gender gaps in the industry in terms of innovation and figures globally and at country level. Now, let me tell you what I'm doing as of UN. At UN Women, we always work with the UN system, and we also work with civil society, with the private sector, and naturally with the governments, our main allies. There are gaps in the construction sector. By the way, on Monday, I was at a Chilean construction chamber, and there's, the lobby where you see pictures of all presidents, all men, because we've never had a woman president. But by the way, for the first time, there is a woman VP, and the president appointed a secretary woman. And instead of having only 5% women, we now have 11 mason workers, which is quite amazing. And that means that these women that are right now there in the building industry have a good job. They're even masons, and they pay attention to the details, which often men are not able to do so. And by the way, I'm repeating what the president of the chamber told me. So we have to work together with the public works ministry in order to have more women in construction, because these are sure jobs and where women can excel. That's construction that should be sustainable, not just from the standpoint of the environment, but also socially. Now, where do women work in the region? One of every two women in the region don't work in the economy. They don't have a formal job. Why? Because they're taking care of someone. That is why it's so important what has been solved on a 15th regional conference on women to set up the care society, which at the center will have the development of these care systems in all of our countries. We're working together with ECLAC, who are our co-team, and we're working in 14 countries in the region, precisely for the discussion, not only parliamentarian, but also throughout the whole society, to find out what kind of society we want, what kind of development we want, and where we want women to be. Let's not forget that there are 18 million persons who do paid housework. 93% of these are women. And that paid house job is informal, even though they shouldn't be, because we have ILO conventions that force us to make it formal, to have a contract in between. So women's employment, one of every two are not in the labor market, and where they are in an informal job, as in home work. That is why we have to change this. And I do believe that the care systems bring in a new industry, and that is how it should be seen. Not only does this create new quality jobs, but it also allows for women to go out and work. Now, what would happen in the region if all women were working? Can you imagine, instead of being a slight 1%, this would be wonderful. Imagine Guyana, where it's almost 40%. We'd love to be like that. But let us consider the inclusion of women in all sectors, in all productive areas. Another basic gap is the gender in science, technology, engineering, and math. Women have scarce representation in technological world. It's a male-oriented industry. And by the way, IA, only a slight share of women, 22% are working that. And by the way, I'm anti-LGBT frequently, and I can tell you that the same stereotypes and bias against women are repeated, the same that we face every day in normal life. So we have to change the indicators we use in this artificial intelligence in AI, how to code AI to include the gender perspective. The legal and social status of women that has just celebrated its 67th anniversary. Well, we have been on for 67 years, and that's the legal status of women. And this year, it was devoted to the technological revolution, to the digital revolution, to put women and technological change in the new digital era. And yes, we met until 4 a.m. in order to get consensus between all governments there. And finally, this was reached amongst the 195 UN countries. And that is so important because these agreed on commissions may now become public policy. And here I thank the Argentinian ambassador at UN who facilitated this very, very difficult meeting, but we managed and we did it. Now, in following what we already know from data, when a woman enters the technological market, she already gets a formal job that will last for life. And we are told that women are needed and more jobs are needed in many countries. And I'm also talking about Uruguay, my country. When I've talked about the technological industry, they have to go abroad to find well-qualified people. And inside, they only have 10% women. If we would take a look at what's happening elsewhere, well, it is repeated in all countries in the region. We must work so that we have more women in the technological world, in the digital revolution, because I am sure that we will leverage the growth of this in both private and public sectors. And lastly, the need to innovate. Women sometimes don't work because they are caring for somebody. It's a job, but unpaid job, where men don't have joint responsibility. But women need information, need training, and adaptation. That is why I've created a platform called All Connected, Todos Conectados, with Microsoft and the MasterCard Foundation. Here we're trying to reach 3 million women. I know it's difficult. I imagine 600,000, you did it. We're talking about 3 million now. And we would like to have more information so that women may have access free of charge to that information and sources of funding. Because let us remember, women who wish to form a technological startup are only 2% in venture capital. The remainder, 98, are for men. So we continue witnessing the discrimination. And now we are seeing them in this other modality of work. Now, please, when you do go out, do not forget women when you develop public policies. And let's continue building resilient, inclusive infrastructure and a sustainable industrialization that will encourage integration of all from society, especially women. We're not all alike. We also are different. There are indigenous women who are more left behind, women with disabilities, indigenous, and of different sexual orientations. So I tell you, when you prepare these policies, and I thank you, Colombia, you told us that that industry has a gender perspective. So please, whenever you go about that, think about us women.
Gracias, María Noel. Paso ahora la palabra a Dulce Patricia.
Thank you, María Noel. And we now give the floor to Dulce Patricia Torres Sandoval, member of the General Coordination Committee of Coordination of CONAMI from Mexico. Thank you.
Torres Sandoval, Huaspiri, Chataranapuesca, Michoacán, México, Anápolis. En mi idioma, el purépecha,
in my language, Curequecha, I have just introduced myself and I have asked your permission to hold the floor. I have also introduced myself with my name, which is Dulce Patricia Sandoval, but people call me Patty. I have also said that I am attorney at law. I'm an indigenous person coming from a community called Pichataro in Michoacan, Mexico. Very well, with your permission, I commence. What is progress? What is development? What is sustainable industry? I am clear about the stands of many of you, and especially I feel empathy because the ECMIA articulates women, girls from 23 countries in the continent. And that is also part of the working group on indigenous people at the civil society mechanism. We believe that the economic, gender, and labor gender gap, and by the way, the Mariana Albaez has just talked about the latter. These STEM careers that involve science, technology, engineer, and math reproduces the machistic that has been with our societies forever. We women have limited access to these careers, aside from social sciences and home care. As a matter of fact, the panel number 2, the experts in energy, were only men. That is an example of what's happening. I find it odd that they have not mentioned many of them women in charge of energy in our countries. Aside from these gaps, access to rights in the digital era, together with what has been made more evident because of the pandemic, have been deprived of any kind of a participation. And we recommend to the states the following. First, the states should ensure full and effective implementation of the recommendation number 39 of CEDAW on the rights of women and indigenous girls, that we be recognized as a collective individual rights from the indigenous people. And secondly, the states must recognize the contributions and the traditional systems of knowledge from indigenous peoples and women, giving more access to technology, communication, infrastructure, industry, and innovation, as well as access to education and STEM in order to protect the rights and ancestral knowledge in indigenous lands. We must also ensure the protection of our collective rights of ownership, intellectual property, technical sciences, technical innovation, and the biocultural patrimony of extraction industry and the unlawful activity in the digital era. So digital information should be saved in databases free of access for indigenous people. Number 4, ensure that there is free, well-informed consent of indigenous women in order to guide the design and implementation of programs that have to do with introduction of technological infrastructure and industries in the indigenous land, placing special attention to lithium and uranium extraction, fossil oil, sun, wind, and thermal energy, because they're also destroying the environment. Number 5, designing digital security measures in order to protect the rights of women, girls, and young girls, and their rights, especially against women. And I'm talking about mainly digital violence, the bullying against young girls and youths, and undue practices of artificial intelligence and electoral porn. Next, more infrastructure, services, and information that are needed in order to ensure connectivity, the equipment, and the equal access to women, ensuring the ownership and control of these technologies, especially in rural areas. Number 7, to grant the necessary budget and to promote the development of programs, plans, and subventions across culture, across different cultures, for the strengthening of scientific and technical knowledge that will ease the technological development and industrial entrepreneurship. Next, number 8, developing digital community centers for innovation and technological specialization as operated by women and young indigenous girls. We also wish to have training processes and follow-up of the youth using technology for their own identities and cultural practices, and space for the training of indigenous women that have been working in communication in their own territories. Number 9, to ensure the integration of human rights focus will individual and a collective of intersectional nature and that are cross-cutting in all policies that are related to industry, technological innovation, and green funds. Going back to the guiding principles of human rights companies to protect, respect, and to remediate.
To create actions and incentives to reduce the negative impacts that harm the planet. Mineral extractivism of the energy, science, academic, encouraging and investing in infrastructure and equipment that is sustainable, based on the principles of reducing, using, reusing, and recycling. Favorable to enterprises of indigenous people as well as public and private, and the women who care for the Mother Earth and carry out sustainable production. And lastly, I do not leave them out, regarding public policy in Mexico. The institutional simplification also reduces budgets for caring for indigenous people, not restricting the exercising of partnership and traditional medicine in our country, and encourage intergenerational transfer of ancestral knowledge is also part of the industry of technology and innovation.
Escuchar Juramuti, Charse Simbo. Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Patty, for your intervention. And now we will hear a video by Clelia Hernandez, Director General of the Nuevo León 4.0 Initiative of Mexico. Hello, good morning, everyone, and greetings to all attendants gathered at the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development 2023 in Santiago, Chile. Of course, my colleagues on panel 3, where we're talking about SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. My message is short and has to do with some of the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing in the Latin American region, Mexico, the region where I participate and join the development of the country. As to the challenges for everyone in the region, without a doubt, this is what was brought by the crisis and war between Ukraine and Russia, China, US. Of course, the reaccommodation of economic, social, and environmental powers after the pandemic, all the relocation of resources, the logistic chains and for supply that were put a lot of stress and even later evolved and digitalized. And of course, the search for talent that has derived from the accommodation of forces after the pandemic. Regarding the Latin American region, without a doubt, I see inflation. We have inflation in the different countries of the region. Also, the insecurity, organized crime, either infiltrated or permeated society, and migration. This is a phenomenon that has an impact on the economy of our countries, and people wanting to move from one place to another to improve their quality of life or save their life. All of these challenges lie ahead, and of course, affect all activities related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, because that too is related to these degrees of investment. As to the challenges facing my country, in addition to those already mentioned, is also the limited access to financing. Women are among the most affected by this. And of course, informality in productive activity, in companies that pay no taxes, that also affects us, the regulatory burden, bottlenecks in infrastructure, which is what we're seeing regarding flights, airports, and where there are many delays and connections are lost, and there are a lot of things happen, and this is the infrastructure is turning out to be totally insufficient. And then there are also opportunities in the region, of course. Everything related to ensuring is the issue. This conversion from manufacturing to refactoring, where you need new skills and capacities to address the demand for skills in the industry, but also in retail services, because everything tends to be digitalized, automated, or having automation in order to have cost efficiencies or maximize assets or find new business opportunities. So talent in the Latin American region, in my country, in your countries, in your states, municipalities, communities, this is a commitment and a co-responsibility that affects us all. What are we doing for the curriculums and schooling is preparing for a future that we don't know how it's going to be. How can we train people and have right from the start to ensure that this is ethical and sustainable? I can also say that with the initiative that I direct, which is the version 4.0, the Mexico initiative, we have waged in favor of education, SMEs, of course, and also roadmaps for digital transformation of large enterprises. We need to create talent and connecting schools to reduce digital gaps. But of course, there must be places where the children can access the content that is already available or is being prepared so that they, since early on, are able to learn and see what is already available in terms of content for education and produced by major universities. We are convinced that digitalization and automation and robotics and all the industrial revolution, everything the great enterprise can produce, it should also be available to a small or medium-sized enterprise. We need to access better programs, better incentives, and to be able to provide people with better capacities, those who are already working as well as those that are still studying. This is what we call the lifelong learning. We are doing this, waging in favor of the skills for the future, problem solving, analytical thinking, and creativity and innovation. So I invite you to continue to work collaboratively and participate in this forum. And let's continue to look towards a future that is awaiting us all so that we can build it better, caring for the well-being of people at the service of our communities with ethical and values and caring for the environment. Thank you.
Agradeciendo a
We thank Lelia and all participants for their extraordinary interventions and reflections on the topic. We've reached the end of the panel, and so I would like to pick up on the main ideas that came up in this conversation, beginning with something that has been repeated since the forum was opened. We are halfway to achieve the 2030 agenda. This is not an agenda that belongs to any particular institution. Rather, it was built based on consensus of the 193 countries that comprise the United Nations. And Minister Grau began his intervention by referring to the relevance, one, of this political commitment to produce a change in paradigm with regard to what industry, innovation, and infrastructure represent, not only as an SDG in itself, but an enabler to continue ahead in many of the other goals of the 2030 agenda. And in your interventions, I rescue the relevance of having public policies that favor investments in technology, in goods and services, all directed to the decarbonization of our economy and reducing the environmental footprint. But these policies must not only be green, but also just, inclusive, and bear in mind at all times that we should not reproduce those existing inequalities that systematically we have reproduced over the years in our region. Of course, we need to respect cultural identities, considering women, considering our indigenous people, youth, children, and all groups that are also systematically have been left behind in this trail towards sustainable development. These policies must be accompanied by something that is very important, underscored by many of you. Fernando, your intervention went to the core in this sense, the relevance of having partnerships, albeit the political commitment is indispensable to move ahead and achieve the 2030 agenda. It is not an exclusive responsibility of the government, not only on account of responsibility, but impossibility. There is no single government that is able to achieve an ambitious agenda such as this, and we need all players in society to do it. To speak of industry, innovation, and infrastructure, it is clear that the partnership is between the public and private sector. This is indispensable and begins with a horizontal conversation, as several of you said, but also it engages civil society, the academia, and the international community. Everyone, we have a role to play in this process. And this too connects to the need for institutionality. Brazil was very clear in showing the relevance of having institutions that have everything we have just mentioned to move ahead with the necessary policies so that industry, innovation, and infrastructure may become a driver for sustainable development. But not only the institutionalization or mainstream, but the instruments as such as Colombia said in their intervention, the relevance of having instruments and indicators and data that allow us to measure the impact, but also make it visible, which is often made invisible when it comes to design policies. And Maria Noel, you were emphatic regarding the relevance of making our women visible, but also there are other groups and other aspects in this process and that must be made visible through the design of indicators that allow us to make better decisions based on evidence. And to conclude, as you have said, and not I who said it, in your interventions when you're speaking of the industry, innovation, and infrastructure, this was impossible without speaking of health, without speaking of inequalities, without speaking of food sovereignty, territorial sovereignty, employment, and economic growth. It is clear that we have a major task ahead, and if we are aware that the 2030 agenda cannot be separated into disassociated goals, but that each goal must somehow pull along the other 16 via the partnerships that are main enabler, then yes, we will be able to move towards a sustainable development model with the urgency required by our region. Thank you, ECLAC, for the opportunity to facilitate the panel, and thank you all for your interventions and everyone here this afternoon. Thank you.
Hacemos un break.
Very well, we will have a 15-minute break, and at 4:30 we resume with the next panel. Thank you.
El secretario. Ya. Bueno, vamos a ir sentándonos, cada delegación, cada país en sus respectivos lugares.
Okay, let's resume our seats. Each delegation in their own sites and seats, so we can resume the agenda.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Okay, good afternoon once again. We'll start panel number 4. Today, we're going to deal with SDG number 11, sustainable cities and sustainable in communities. I'd like to welcome this luxury panel discussion we have today to discuss about housing, urbanization, sustainable communities in this 6th Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. I'm going to introduce now a friend of mine, this time the moderator, the chair, who is Santiago Maggiotti, Minister of Territorial Development and Habitat of Argentina, and he's also the chair of the Forum of Ministers and the highest authorities of housing and urbanism in Latin America and the Caribbean. Santiago has a vast
En nuestra querida República Argentina, intendente de la ciudad de Navarro, reelecto durante 3 periodos consecutivos de gobierno desde diciembre del 2011 hasta noviembre del 2022, momento en que comienza a hacer uso de licencia por cargo de mayor rango. Previo a su primer mandato fue concejal allí en Navarro entre 2007 y 2011, ejerce la presidencia del Partido Justicialista de Navarro desde el año 2008 y se desempeña como congresal del Partido Justicialista Nacional desde el año 2011. Asimismo, ocupó cargos en el Partido Justicialista de la provincia de Buenos Aires. En el sector público se desempeñó como gerente de riesgo crediticio del Fondo de Garantía de Sustentabilidad del ANSES durante los años 2009, 2010 y 2011 y ocupó distintos cargos jerárquicos en el Banco de la Provincia de Buenos Aires entre los años 1998 y 2009. En noviembre del año 2020 asume como secretario de Hábitat del Ministerio de Desarrollo Territorial y Hábitat habiendo representado al Gobierno Nacional como viceministro en el 11 Foro Urbano Mundial, llevado a cabo en Polonia del 26 al 30 de junio del 2022, y habiendo asistido a la reunión de alto nivel de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas sobre la implementación de la nueva Agenda en Nueva York, Estados Unidos, del 26 al 29 de abril del 2022. Desde noviembre del 2022 ocupa el cargo de ministro de Desarrollo Territorial y Hábitat como parte del Gabinete Nacional, y en diciembre del mismo año fue elegido para presidir el Foro de Ministros y Autoridades Máximas de la Vivienda y el Urbanismo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Bien. Great pride for all of us in Argentina.
Un pequeño video y luego
We're going to show a short video, and I'm going to offer the floor to him in a while.
Los últimos años,
In the last few years, at the beginning of the year, we got together to plan on what we're going to do. There was an assembly at the end of the year where each country told what was happening in terms of housing and urbanism in their countries. This year, we'd like to know what has been done, what were the good practices of the countries in Minurvi in order to replicate in other countries. Tomorrow, when you take up this post, you may know what has been done in these countries. Our region and the member states from Minurvi are not the ones that most damage the environment. No, but we indeed are the countries that are facing the results of climate change. And this means that we have to see how to obtain funds in order to finance greenhouses friendly to the environment, and how to fund sustainable expansions, mitigate climate change, and above all, trying to figure out how to care for our citizens. And we must remember that we live in the most unequal continent in the world. And that in itself brings in a different kind of obligations. Secondly, access to housing nowadays is a human right. And therefore, it should be served as such. It shouldn't be seen as before as a piece of merchandise that some can buy and others cannot, and naturalizing lack of housing. Indeed, it is a very serious problem. And therefore, we should start the year working on a common plan. I think this is so important, and it's a very big step. Thank you for sharing that from Argentina, where President Fernandez brings us a message. And now I give the floor to our moderator, Santiago Maggiore. Here we are at the sixth Forum of Ministers and top authorities of housing in Latin America and the Caribbean. At Minurvi, we have taken up the commitment of fully implementing the 2030 agenda with all ministers. And now I'm in charge of coordinating SDG 11. And we would like to encourage here intergovernmental coordination between the countries in the region in terms of sustainable development, human settlements. What is the global situation at present? We all know that Latin America and the Caribbean is facing the impacts of climate change. And we can see that in different areas with the floods, fires, droughts, the drop in the production of our grains and harvests. We also know that our region is the one that less creates greenhouse gases, but it's the one that is most affected by that climate change that is creeping in. That means that we have a twofold kind of inequality. We also know that the cities produce a third of the total emissions in the region, and about 80% of our population lives in cities. What are the challenges that we have in meeting Goal 11? To continue caring for the people in marginal areas, we have to continue looking for action that will improve that situation. In construction, we must reduce energy consumption through the use of material that is environmental friendly. We have to avoid and eradicate deaths caused by disasters due to climate change. We should foster social, environmental, economic, positive relationship between urban, peri-urban, and rural areas. That was a brief introduction, and I will now bring to you Wendy Molina Varela and all the other speakers. Each will have 7 minutes, and I ask that you stick to the 7 minutes because afterwards the Madam Chair has to go into other agendas. I will now introduce Wendy Molina Varela. She's a sociologist from Costa Rica University. She has a master's degree from the Catholic University in Chile, specializing in social, cultural, economic phenomena in cities as residential segregation, migrations within the cities, and she also has a wide experience working at the state with applied sociological research in cities and the preparation of public policy for urban development with a social perspective. She has taught in university topics related to this, and she at present is the Vice Minister of Planning from the Human Settlements and Housing Ministry from Costa Rica. You have the floor, Wendy. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here sharing this room with all of you. In this very important forum, I'd like to thank Clark for the invitation to be here and for the opportunity to comment on the efforts deployed in Costa Rica. My country has been committed to SDGs, and one of the first steps was to set up a governance for SDGs. And this brought in an institutional scheme in order to organize, articulate, plan, finance, and follow up SDGs. We have also set up different programs and policies, such as the National Policy for Adaptation to Climate Change, the National Strategy for the Recovery of Urban Basins, the National Policy for Urban Development, National Policy of Housing and Human Settlements, and Action Plan, as well as the National Policy for Territorial Ordering in 2012-2040. Now, we have more than 70 years of work in the sector, changing lives with our financing systems. One of them has to do with the housing financial system, and for more than 30 years, vulnerable population in having less income are able to obtain a house, and this through subsidies is called family housing bonus, and this is helping to diminish our housing deficits, or at least to stabilize it. And for some time now, we have a unique, successful system in the country that is called the savings and loan system, as well as direct mortgage loans that is providing help to more than 140,000 families. Thanks to the contribution from the ministry, we are innovating so that people from all social spheres may have access to their own home. At present, and according to the National Household Survey, the house deficit is of 11% of total homes. By 21, 9% of the households in Costa Rica live in a house that is in very bad shape, and 2% of them live in precarious housing, and known as informal settlements. We are then working in projects to get rid of these settlements, giving houses in case of emergencies, and recycling places that have been abandoned so that they may become houses and homes within cities. In terms of SDG 11, in sustainable houses for the cities, one of our goals has been to reach 70% of meeting the programs having to do with houses, especially basic services for houses, access to public spaces, and urban equipment. But even though the system has been efficient in granting solutions, there are still many challenges and pending debts, such as urban development and ordering the territory. We still don't have enough plans for territory ordering, as well as government plans for land management and efficient solutions that will integrate all of that to gender, climate change, citizen participation, human rights, and others. The current administration that I represent has been committed to pay that debt, and that is why we have submitted a bill that will be known at our assembly in the midterm. We have also, through a bill, merged the three institutions in the sector: the National Institute of Urbanism, the Mortgage Bank for Housing, and the Ministry for Housing and Human Settlements into a single ministry that is now called Territory, Habitat, and Housing, MINHABITAT. The new ministry will have a strong leadership, will provide funds and have a holistic view to integrate the city under a clear urban model that will allow for more inclusive cities, compact, repopulated, sustainable, connected cities. An ambitious program that is now at our assembly. And I wish to thank ECLAC for the technical assistance that has been provided, that I'm sure ECLAC will continue assisting us in the process. Another thing that we're pushing forward is the preparation of the National Urban Development Plan. This is a very important instrument because it will guide urban growth. There we will set up a line that we wish to continue, and this plan is a historical debt because we have the planning law since '68. But in spite of that, it has never come to fruition. So we are going to overcome something that has been lagging behind for 50 years. We have GAM, a metropolitan area plan that includes 30 cantons in order to properly organize cities to improve the quality of its inhabitants and will better provide these urban centers. Right now, only half of our municipalities have a such plan, and I'm talking about 8% of our national territory. But in the current administration, we are working in preparation and possible enactment of the 42 uh, plans so that we will have a 100% territorial plan. Right now, we have updated the rules for construction and urbanization buildings. That is why we are working with a new regulation. This instrument aims at bringing a new concept for the plan, methodology, territorial management, but above all, modernizing it through climate change and citizen participation. We will also have new tools to so that local governments will have a modern instrument to really affect the economic, social, environmental development of their municipalities. We are going forward together with the three important pillars of the sector: appropriate housing solutions with financing for all strata, but especially in appropriate environments so that the people may fully develop with appropriate public spaces with the correct soil use, reactivating the economy, thus building cities and sustainable cities and settlements. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. We now give the floor to Elkin Velasquez, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat. He studied in public administration at the National School of from France. He got a PhD in territorial planning from the French University. He also graduated in engineering from the Minas University, Colombia, Medellin. You have the floor, Elkin. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for all of the colleagues from ECLAC for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to share this with you. 7 pills for 7 minutes. And I will talk about the importance of recovering lost time in everything that has to do with Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Executive Secretary Jose Manuel said clearly that we are going in the right direction, but we are treading slowly. We are well off, but we are walking slowly. And there are very important things to take care of, and that is ask ourselves how to reinforce what's being done in the cities and work with the local governments. At the side events and in this forum, we have been listening to or hearing about a tool that can be very useful to make headway in SDG 11, but not only that one, but all the remaining ones, because a mayor or a lady mayor here will tell us when locally the problems and the solutions don't have a sectorial stamp. They are comprehensive. And concretely, that means that we can do more with less. We can take up the same resources available, and if we put them over there at the territory in 16,000 subnational localities in Latin America and the Caribbean, then perhaps we will be able to solve this gap. So let us use this instrument that is going there at the local municipalities and governments. And actually, my second pill is let us here deploy efforts to better measure what happens there. And in the cities, not only with the direct indicators that have direct relation with the SDG 11, but also everything that happens there that requires solutions that have an impact in these goals that we have already measured in all our municipalities. I think this is something that can be done during the next 7 years. It's important to be coherent nationally. And that is why the new urban agenda and SDGs have promoted SDG 11, because all countries have an urban policy. And but the good news is that most countries in the region have indeed their national urban policy. That means that there is a policy in the cities that can already be used effectively in order to harness all of the efforts, funds, and energies, and in order to go forward, as we've been hearing here, into the mechanisms of multi-level governance. And honestly, what we have seen and what you have been telling us is that there is an opportunity to reinforce, which is precisely that dialogue between national, local, subnational, so as to be more effective in the outcome and increasing naturally their impact.
You know, but if you say, as it is said with the 2030 agenda, let's not leave anyone behind. So this allows us to prioritize the most vulnerable territories, the most precarious. In a region, an urban region, 8 out of 10 Latin Americans live in cities. And according to the data presented by ECLAC yesterday, more or less 1 family in 5 lives in more informal settlements, favelas and villas, and there are called different things in different parts of the region. And so a key point is to focus our effort on the task of improving these informal settlements. And I believe that that will help us to materialize the idea, sometimes, which is a bit theoretical, and to have integrated action. A community, a mayor, someone settled in a neighborhood knows well that they could have a solution with urban interaction or activities and resolve several needs at the same time. There are several metaphors at world level, at regional level, the 15-minute city, working in proximity, the proximity revolution, but we not do it neighborhood by neighborhood or informal neighborhood by informal neighborhood, an integral neighborhood integration process, working hand in hand with the communities, with all the women of the community, the young people, the private sector of the community. You can satisfy very directly the 6 basic functions that there is in a city for a family: lodging, labor, access to education, close access to health, close access to recreation, and provisions, just to talk about basic things, not really even mentioning the other things that a city can offer. There are very good examples. I really like the example of Mexico, Infonavit. And what I'm mentioning here, which sounds like a story, it became a concrete regulation in consolidated areas, and is an example for the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that leads me to my 4th bill, which is, of course, that together we move ahead more and better. A very good video, Minister, that you showed here, and I would like to say that at that moment when President Alberto Fernandez was presiding this and at the closing ceremony, he said, and how about if we make of these local themes the habitat of communities, of these cities, of the housing, we make this an additional element for regional integration. And this was said also by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. So there we have not only the possible effort of improving the quality of life of our co-citizens, but also reinforcing our effort and desire for greater regional integration. Is this the 5th or 6th bill? Well, whatever, financing. Of course, this is something that is central. And the news that we've heard is not always the best. But if you take a look at the glass half full, you find that, well, there are roads, pathways, and I would like to underscore the proposal made by you, the member states, through the Forum of Ministers for Sustainable Urban Development and Housing, to move towards something very concrete, a forum. No, he corrects himself, a fund that helps us to further social housing, green and resilient in Latin America and the Caribbean. Minister Santiago is at the head of the task, but we are with him, also the development banks, and there are other examples. Our colleagues, Nudi in Montevideo, are showing us an excellent example of innovative ways of having financing funds that we could use. And there are others. There are other examples that we could also use. And so this is a very relevant effort that we should move ahead with. And I would like to end by insisting on the relevance of locating SDGs. In coming years, we're going to be talking a lot about this. But more than talk, what we need is, and what we want to forge in our working teams of the UN and countries is how to work on this effectively. In countries such as Mexico, Ecuador, Costa Rica, all system agencies are making this effort to integrate what we do with regard to territories to be more effective and using this good outlook, that is the location of the SDGs. All of that, of course, headed towards having better outcomes with SDG 11, that is sustainable cities and communities. Let's continue ahead. Let's speed our pace. We have the tools for doing this. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elkin, for your words. And now we will be hearing Armando Enrique Navarrete, who is the chief economist of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. He has a degree from the University of Illinois, USA, and also a degree in finances with experience in management control in Switzerland. And now, as I just said, he's the chief economist of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE. Go ahead, Armando. Thank you for this welcome, Santiago. I would like to warmly greet all representatives of the delegations as well as the panelists who are accompanying us at this panel and the audience in general. Before beginning with my presentation, I would like to thank ECLAC on behalf of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. It is a privilege to have been given the opportunity to participate here and tell you about the context of the Central American region and the way that we are being part of the solutions so that our countries may promote and achieve the development of cities that are sustainable and resilient. Before beginning, I would like to briefly introduce who we are and what it is that we do. I know that for many here, you've heard little or nothing about us. The BCIE is a multilateral development bank. It was founded almost 53 years ago, and it is sub-regional in scope, mainly the countries of the Central American region. But today our members do extend to other countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, also Asia and Europe. And we basically finance projects and initiatives that aim towards regional integration and the economic and social development of our countries in a more balanced way. To date, we have are executing the strategy that we have called the 2020-2024 strategy, addressing three strategic pillars related to sustainable construction, regional integration, and also human development and social inclusion. Of course, all projects and initiatives that we accompany in our countries, we ensure that they include the gender approach as well as the sustainability approach on the environmental and social sides. And how does what we do fit into the context of the Central American region? We do our analysis on the side of those challenges faced by housing. Central America, over the last 4 decades, has experienced a very aggressive migratory phenomenon, and part of this has been a transfer from the countryside to cities. And this has meant that a good share of our population is living in urban areas, close to 59% on average. And it is considered that at the speed that we're going, this will probably, by 2030, the percentage will rise to 85%. And this has meant that our countries are not really ready for addressing the demands implied by this movement towards metropolitan areas. And it is reflected in this rise in the deficits that we have in housing, and qualitatively as well as quantitatively, we have deficit on average of over 50% in one and over 15% in the other. And this means that close to 1/4 of our population is living in informal dwellings and marginal neighborhoods, and where, of course, they have no access to basic services. Basically, water and sanitation. Also, they have no public spaces where they can move about safely. Or, from the legal viewpoint, do they own their land? And this is aggravated by the fact that the region is one of the regions most exposed to the impacts of climate change and also natural phenomena. And this is reflected in communities of this type. And as you know, hurricanes, floods, droughts, year on year, affect several points of our GDP because this must go into rebuilding. And so the bank, recognizing these needs and these priorities since 2015, designed and put in motion this program we call Central American Housing Program for Sustainable Development. And this received specialized advice by UN Habitat and the Central American institutional agencies in order to have a regional approach. We adopted all the habitat concepts, housing, surroundings, and the creation of cities that met the need for sustainability and inclusiveness. The program assigns a series of resources supporting direct public investment, mostly through governments using mechanisms, sovereign guarantees and non-sovereign guarantees, and resources focus on 4 main components. On the one hand, reinvestment resources for feasibility studies and conceptual design of programs and initiatives at country level. Second, and most of the component from the viewpoint of the amount of resources assigned, resources to build infrastructure and equipment. As I said, that is the major part of the program, although we also provide resources to create capacities and strengthen institutionality in areas related to these communities and resilient cities, precisely so that countries may have a better degree of understanding of what all of this implies from the strategic and operations viewpoint. And no less relevant, although smaller in terms of the amount of resources assigned, we also provide resources through the private banking system. Almost 100 financial intermediaries in the entire region to access housing loans or low-class housing loans, and channels through the financial intermediaries. As though if we were trying to do it directly, we could not do it because we do not have the capacity to reach so far. In terms of outcomes, to date, we have approved just over $1 billion. The figure, if we consider the size of the economies of countries in Central America, is quite significant. As you can see, the coverage has extended beyond Central American countries, and today we have benefited with support the Republic of Argentina, the Dominican Republic, and the program has been so much in demand that today we are designing the version 2.0 of the program. Further ahead, what do we see? Although we classify as positive what we've achieved so far, of course, with the efforts by the governments themselves and as well as other donor agencies, the truth is that we still have a lot to do. And there are three things that I would like to highlight in addition to others, and that we consider that help is not flowing in the region in the way it should in order to balance the demand and the progress made. First, we believe it is important to double efforts. The efforts with regard to territorial zoning with a more overall approach, long-term. Second, institutionality and capacity building to improve the taking ownership by these countries. And third, and I say it as the bank, the amount of financial resources that are available is quite simply insufficient to address the needs that are growing in the region. And I would like to conclude with a thought regarding that the BCIA reiterates its commitment to continue supporting countries to move ahead in creating these resilient communities, but also we invite all other relevant players in Latin America and the Caribbean, or even other regions of the world, to come to this region and collaborate with their knowledge in terms of best practices, as well as sharing the lessons learned of what has not been so nice. And of course, those who can, together with us, move in with further resources to accompany our countries in materializing this. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Armando, for your words. And now we will move on to Maria Soledad Cisterna Reyes, who has a degree in law, lawyer and master in political science, professor of law at undergraduate and graduate level, and researcher. At present, she chairs the Committee for Persons with Disabilities in the UN. I thank the moderator. I make a correction. I was president of the Committee on the Rights of People with Disability from 2013 to 2016, and I'm then the special envoy of the Secretary General in the UN on disability and accessibility. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. On my behalf and also of the UN Secretary General, we thank you for the invitation to be part of this very relevant conference. Reading the invitation to this program is the fact that we are able to identify certain lines that may serve as input for the high-level political forum and ECOSOC. And in that context, I will speak. Habitat 3 determines the right to cities as the right that we all have to live occupy, produce, use, govern, enjoy. Towns, cities, and human settlements that are safe, sustainable, just, and democratic. All of this with a view to human dignity. Having said this, it is clear that the right to city is something that we all have. And so this brings me to think, what concepts within the UN system are those that we commonly hear? We hear friendly cities for older persons, friendly cities for childhood, also healthy cities. And I think that this is great because it is a direction aiming at the inhabitants of an area. But please note that since 2006, this concept of accessible city appears because access is enshrined legally in the first Treaty of Human Law in the 21st century, which is the Convention for the Rights of People with Disability. But I've not come here to speak only of people with disability, but also I'm talking of elderly persons and different circumstances that mean it is necessary to improve access so that all people may enjoy their right to a city.
And what is accessibility all about? Because we need to delve deep in order to understand it is not the same access compared to accessibility. Accessibility is the set of conditions that physical spaces must meet. Transportation, information, telecommunications, and technology procedures must also comply with both in urban areas and rural areas, in public context, and also when services are provided to the public, so that everything that I mentioned, so that they all can be used by the people in the safest and most comfortable and efficient way possible. And that's when we are talking really about an accessible city with a legal status to accessibility, just like what the Inter-American Convention states for the promotion and protection of human rights of elderly citizens. But I'd like to also say that we talk about today of accessibility, universal accessibility, because we're not only dealing with this larger collective, which is more than 1 billion people in the world that have some degree of disability, or the almost 1 billion people who are elderly, but also because we are referring to many other circumstances, young children, mothers that are carrying a stroller, carrying a baby, somebody who has an auditory impairment, or sometimes people who cannot see the signage, or people who has a temporary ailment to the sight, eyesight, and they need to only hear information. And like this, I can give you many examples of absolutely temporary situations that causes accessibility to be universal and that cuts across the social tissue, social fabric. This universal accessibility is the most cross-cutting legal entity in the 21st century because of its legal status, and therefore it acts as a legal umbrella and therefore enforceable for cities that are friendly to childhood or to elderly citizens, etc., etc. This is the accessible city. And what happens with smart cities are the ones that use technology so that it can be used for the different functions of a city or human settlement by all the people. Undoubtedly, if a city that is intended to be smart does not have accessibility in its technology, really, it is not a smart city. I believe that's obvious. But also, one must train the population in the use of that technology, that accessible technology, so that it can be used. This is confirmed by the jurisprudence of the Committee on Rights of People with Disability and a national jurisprudence to which accessibility is considered as a right. I'm wondering what happens if accessibility is not implemented. Well, we'll see that there's a structural mistreatment of millions of people in the world. We'll see that increase of marginality and poverty of many people, multidimensional poverty of many people. You'll see that states will not be meeting their legal obligations based on the convention that I've just mentioned, and that has 186 ratifications, and therefore it is technically at the level of a universal ratification. You see the impact on the exercise of human rights and fundamental freedoms of people, and therefore the commitments for the sustainable development of the 2030 agenda. I counted, and not less than 12 SDGs do require accessibility to be able to be exercised. On the contrary, if there's no access or accessibility, there are at least 12 SDGs that will not be exercised or will be exercised precariously by millions of people in the world. So, what should we do? The first thing is to eradicate barriers or accessibility. The second, to develop the legal framework that will protect accessibility so that it is done by applying the corresponding sanctions if that is the case. But also, it is important to bear in mind that if accessibility is increased and therefore human rights and fundamental freedoms, you are increasing also the degree of democracy, governance, and fair, sustainable, safe cities. So, by having all of this here and by considering what happens with universal accessibility, I believe it is key to continue following this train of thought already justified by jurisprudence, so that as a contribution to the high-level political forum, as a contribution to the United Nations system, to ECOSOC, that accessibility should be a cross-cutting pillar in all reviews that are done in the high-level political forum, so that do not exclude, do not leave behind anyone. Because by not meeting the requirements of accessibility, not only are we infringing human rights or the achievement of SDGs, 12 of them, as I said, at least, but also we are weakening democracy. Democracy, according to politology, has two main backbones: inclusion and in participation. Without accessibility, we would have millions of people excluded and with no participation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Maria Soledad, for your kind remarks. Now we'll listen to Augusto Dubois Goitia, who's an accountant. He is a specialist in taxation. He has a diploma in smart city and sustainable cities. He has experience in the banking system and in the private sector of construction. Currently, he's the second vice president of the Inter-American Union for Housing, UNIAPRAVI. He also works for IPVU in the province of Santiago del Estero in Argentina, and he is also chair of the National Council on Housing in Argentina. Augusto, the floor is yours. Thank you, Santiago. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank on behalf of UNIAPRAVI of Argentina and the Inter-American Union of Housing. I'd like to thank the Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, José Manuel Salazar, the chair of the forum, Marisol Merkel, especially the Minister of Territorial Development and Habitat of my country and chair of MINURBI, Santiago Maggiotti. It is a pleasure to share this with you. Diego Aulestia, head of the Human Settlements Unit of ECLAC, Latin American Authorities and the Caribbean, and rest of the panel and the audience. Sustainable Development Goal for the year 2030 that we are going to present refers to cities. What are these? These are settlements of human population with political, administrative, economic, and religious attributions or attributes functions that are developed in a specific territorial area. The current trend is for people to migrate to cities. Today, more than 80% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean live in one of them, and it is expected that by the year 2030, this concentration will grow, which is why we must address this issue as a society as a whole in order to receive these people in a planned manner in an orderly fashion by avoiding to add to our cities or what we call the boundary spaces where there's no basic infrastructure and that usually have the characteristics of being floodable, contaminated, or not adequate for human life. Where there is absence of the state with a very nefarious consequences. We believe that the different social stakeholders, the public sector, the private sector, and civil society, must actively participate in building public policies so that this new concept of the cities generates a territorial planning that is inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We also emphasize that this type of actions will have at the center of its development the citizens with the premise of facilitating their lives by guaranteeing accessibility to the state services such as sanitation, healthcare, education, water, etc. We affirm that the right to the city must be included in human rights and that it must be the engine of egalitarian development and social justice for all inhabitants in Latin America and the Caribbean. Public policies referring to cities must promote social and political cross-cutting impact in a horizontal and vertical manner and must count on the contribution of the community in order to guarantee the representativeness of the civil society in the proposal of public policy. This must be a holistic view where the engagement of each social stakeholder is important, guaranteeing the representativeness of all the community sectors. In order to do this, we must create modern states, we must have agile regulations with territorial reorganization and intervention in the growth of cities are promoted. The environmental impact and energy efficiency must be dealt with when designing the types of housing units and urbanization efforts. Although building housing is a great driver of local economies because it uses direct labor and indirectly as well intensively, and that are also part of a virtuous circle, we must highlight that according to Green Building Council in Spain, construction uses 50% of the available resources in the industry, 30% of the water, consumes 40% of the energy, and produces 35% of the greenhouse gases, which is why we must encourage the implementation of circular economy tools to mitigate climate change and its consequences. The private sector, hand in hand with the states, should strongly invest on research, development, and innovation and construction material that can be recycled before becoming construction rubble or demolition waste. Today, during the development of our cities, we face four different problems, mainly four problems. One is the depletion of biodiversity, that is to say, the growth of cities, but in a disorderly fashion and without it occupies land that had not been used before and that are part of the biosphere, which makes it enter in touch with animals, which is one of the theories during the pandemic, is that it came from impact because of the contact with animals. The second problem is that the biocapability of the biosphere in eliminating waste. We have reports stating that it is estimated that up to 50% there's an overdraft, or in some say up to 70% the capacity that the plant has to assimilate urban waste. We also have the reduction of raw materials. So just like we see that the reduction of the raw materials that also affect construction. We must develop privatization schemes for construction into making the life cycle more efficient. Environmental impact assessments must be conducted and integrated associations on perspectives from Unipower. It is essential to generate synergies among the aforementioned stakeholders, implementing joint action regarding the peculiarities of each country in order to promote and boost the development of housing financing and sustainable cities in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The private sector is constantly moving towards implementing strategies aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption. Many companies in construction are already adopting actions, sustainable construction code, obtaining certification from different national and international organizations. In terms of financing, financial institutions, multiple banks, cooperatives, savings and loan mutuals, and others have made a commitment to more sustainable cities and communities. Financial inclusion, actions such as designing and implementing housing financing products, or projects that have sustainability certifications, financing with a gender approach, and many institutions are now issuing thematic bonds, mainly green, sustainable, and gender-related bonds. Given that governments have budgetary and fiscal limitations, it is foreseeable that most of financing for sustainable projects would come from the private sector, which is why more and more banks and financial institutions in Latin America and the Caribbean are adopting environmental sustainability criteria in their business strategy and corporate governance. The private sector is very committed to actions related to the development of sustainable cities. However, there's still much room to expand and integrate many more institutions towards this objective, which is why it is essential to adopt joint actions with various sectors and stakeholders involved in the development of the cities. Sustainable housing experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean, various initiatives and programs are being implemented to promote financing and construction of sustainable housing, both in the design and construction process, and real estate projects that have basic features such as water and electricity saving systems, ecologic use of green areas, reuse of rainwater, use of renewable energies, among others. In this area, the following mechanisms and instruments have been identified to foster financing of sustainable housing. First, sustainable construction guidelines. Through the implementation of standards and guidelines in Argentina, Colombia, and Chile, we seek to establish minimum or basic criteria or parameters that a house must meet in order to qualify as sustainable. This code or guidelines have been achieved thanks to the initiative and permanent coordination of the chambers of construction, authorities of this sector, and with support and backing of international organizations. Financing loans from development agencies. Important stakeholders such as the development agencies of France and Germany have been providing various types of support, mainly to the development of banking or second-tier banks, which are generally backed by the governments of countries in which they already have or are developing sustainable housing certification programs. The support ranges from technical assistance, advisory, as well as loans, which are very successful cases in Mexico, Sociedad Hipotecaria Federal in Mexico, and Infonavit's green mortgage. There's a contribution from the European Union. Here we have a slide that will be available to all of you. where you see financing and when certain criteria are met, everything related to sustainable equipment, it is 100% subsidized, therefore not generating a differential product. This would be the case of subsidies to the supply of housing, sustainable housing. And then we have another case in Mexico where the demand subsidy, where there's a green mortgage from Infonavit exists. We also have cases such as in Chile, Banco Estado, Ecovivienda, and in Peru, Bono Vivienda Verde. Financing through the capital market with multilateral banking support. Major banking institutions or even developers have managed to obtain certification to issue green or sustainable bonds. Successful cases, the Bank of Colombia and Davivienda, Vinte in Mexico, which is a real estate developer, as well as private banking initiatives. Recently, some private banks in Latin America have chosen to use a green mortgage. BBVA from Peru, Promedica, Costa Rica, Infonavit, Mexico. Please, Augusto, yes, I'm about to close. We basically provide certain incentives to their customers to purchase homes with a green sustainable certificates. And just in closing, I'd like to mention the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si, saying
de dos conceptos muy importantes.
Two important concepts which have to do with all this work that we've been conducting, where they talk about intergenerational solidarity that will enable our children and grandchildren to live in a better world if we all are able to achieve all these SDGs.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, Augusto. Ahora vamos a escuchar.
Thank you, Augusto. And we'll now give the floor to another Augusto. We're talking about Augusto Barrera Guarderas, who has been Secretary General from Science, Technology, Innovation from Ecuador's Institute. He has been Minister of Social Council from Ecuador and Mayor from the city of Quito. And at present, he is Director of the Center for Transfer of Knowledge and Social Innovation from the Catholic University of Ecuador. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the invitation to be here. Chair, colleagues, I will talk about the level of implementation of this goal, and I will talk about the way governance gives efficacy to our measures. We have structural determinants, and that is why I'd like to make a general reflection on that. Let me quickly talk about the goals, because what we've been hearing about on this has been quite clear. We've gone back in terms of drinking water and sanitation, and often the rates or the figures give us the idea that we're talking about 120 million persons who live in settlements there, and 17 of these don't have electricity. And the situation is tremendously complicated. Our cities have between 20 and 50% of informal settlements. That's what our cities show in Latin America. But even more serious, the main dynamics of urbanization during those years is polarized. On the extreme of on the extreme side, we have wealthy neighborhoods far from downtown, and on the other side, we have informal settlements. And both just fill the cities. This is a polarization that really is negative for the cities. We, in the last few years, have been impacted by disasters. I won't dwell on this. But I do think that we should look at a structural dimension having to do with transport indicators and this goal. And why? Because it's not a problem of engineering. it is related to the territory and to the right towards mobility. If the model is expensive, then we won't be able to solve these problems. We have an expensive model and an extreme side of our transport. And we are really facing constant degradation of structural problems. And even ECLAC has already mentioned all of this. We have a tremendous problem of inequality and poverty. And it's not an issue of where these goals are, but how we move according to them. The spatial setup in the city is strongly related, or depending, some say, on society and economy. If we have societies and unfair economies and polarized economies, there's no urbanism that will change that. We will always have segregated cities and highly fragmented. If the middle class disappears, then we will assume that the spaces we build in Latin America are fully fragmented. So I draw your attention to this. And we will also now add to that a region that is so much affected by insecurity. We are the most violent region in the world. And this has terrible effects in the basic elements for city-urban coexistence. And here, women and young people are even worse off. And here we have data. Between 15 and 20 years, we have a tremendous level of violence in our countries. And we still have some of the problems related to management, governance models that came to a crisis during the pandemic. The idea of a multi-level governance, and many of us are facing wars between local authorities and central authorities in meeting the pandemic. And in few cases, we did find synergy because we are facing a tremendous challenge in terms of urban structure. And let me round up by bringing these two territorial aspects that are so important. The growth of the urban centers are multiplied by 5 in comparing with demographic growth. So we have a case whereby maybe the graph is not that not so evident, but we have a decrease in the density of urban centers. We're losing a population in the close to downtown area, and we are creating these spots around the downtown area. This is a very interesting graph. This is a work conducted by IDB. It's a survey of 5 metropolitan areas in the region. The main concern of these areas in all cases is security. As of this, the question that I pose is, up to what extent are we connecting a foresight agenda to change the future at cities that are impatient because of their daily lives and lack of security? We're living through the greatest moments of erosion of policies, institutions in the cities. That's what we're witnessing. So the question is how we have the strength towards governance. And I believe that we have to go over some of the agendas that end up being reactive, very sectorial and short term. And that's a problem. A second issue has to do with the impossibility of building a societal horizon, an urban horizon. And besides, the methods and paradigms that we're working with are obsolete. We could look for a Cartesian model and say, there's a problem with the gaps. It seems to me that things are a little more complicated than that. We have a liquid society. We have an impatient society, postmodern society, and the ways the problems are built are far away from what the public structures claim. So the question, this sustainable SDG 11 city, is it legitimate enough to inspire action? And it seems to me that here we have the crux of the problem. Just to go down to the agenda, I think that we have to update this. And here I follow ECLAC's thoughts for the last 30 years. We have concepts such as territorial synergy. People have a single kind of life in their territory. It's not fragmented into ministries. We have to have the idea of a territorial synergy. We must think that the public intervention should be able to become concrete utopia. That is, public intervention should be pedagogic so that it would change reality, the relations, the coexistences. It is necessary to recover a concept that has to do with the idea of learning societies, stressing the public capability learning and go into intertemporal coordination. People want answers for tomorrow, but the segregation, the lack of harmony is something that will take 10 years. So what is happening? There are people who lost their jobs, who have been mugged, so they want solutions tomorrow. So there's a mismatch, an intertemporal mismatch. I think that it would be very interesting to change, to allocate priorities, to rethink. And to give you a few ideas, I have three that may be inspiring. The first one would be to build over what has been built. Quite clearly, we have a problem of urban expansion. Let's concentrate our efforts in building over what has been built, expanding our capabilities. There are many examples on this. The second thought has to do with interventions in popular neighborhoods and the construction of proximity services so that the state may rebuild the social mesh. There are some ideas here on that. And finally, it's important to encourage sustainable infrastructure. Much of the investment here is in the cities. That is where we have to solve these expenses. And this brings in new paradigms that will be solved, new governances, new institutional means, recovering public capabilities, and naturally guarantee minimum levels of stability that would permit these transformations.
Muchas gracias, Augusto. Y ahora vamos a escuchar.
Thank you, Augusto. And we will now give the floor to Arturo Noel Loyola Munoz. He is an economist from the Autonomous University of Pueblo. He's now doing a master's degree on urban studies at the Mexico College. He has collaborated with the creation of Palenque Afro Diverso, and he's now the coordinator of the National Network of Afro-descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor. Thank you on behalf of WAPRO. And this is part of the group of boys, girls, adolescents, and youth movement, by the way. And we thank the opportunity, we thank ECLAC for the opportunity to be here. Talking about SDG 11 is extremely complicated, but that I find very enriching, especially because even though all SDGs are complex because they are interconnected, but still, I think that SDG 11 has that complication of looking at cities in all their diversity, complexity, different scales and dimensions. But I also believe that that is where we find one of the greatest problems when we talk about people who live in the cities, who move in the cities, who own the cities. This SDG is really strange. And it's not hard to understand that. As Augusto well said, the person who has some urgencies that must be solved, thinking about sustainability is so foreign. You must be able to consume without committing inputs for the future. That is so far away from our realities in our cities. Urban subjects that go through the cities on a daily basis and that understand the complexity of infrastructure and understand the complexities of this urban metabolism will also understand that there are problems that they live every day, such as lack of security. But imagine talking about sustainability to that person when what he needs is to pay the bills. He has to end the month without further debts. And at Arrayal, where we live, when the urgency is not to die because of COVID or not going into the bus because he may get the virus. It's an urbanism that never stopped. It was not that one that died in order to continue to live. So there we find one of the great complexity of this number 11. It talks about scale. It talks about multidimensionality. It talks about cross-cutting, but leaving aside the things that for the inhabitant is an emergency or urgency. That is why we should pose many questions on why there are only a few indicators and figures for 3 of these SDGs, or the ones under this, when it's a question that is difficult to answer or to solve, especially in this kind of forum and others. There are always individual successful examples, agencies and countries that bring me successful stories. But why globally these are not replicated? When we talk about this globally, we see so many backlags, so many problems, and so much frustration. But we must look at it from a multinational, intersectional means, yes. And we hear that 80% of the population in this continent live in cities. So we understand that cities are reality, and that in the close by we'll have the mega cities like Mexico City or like Sao Paulo, gigantic cities where the complexities are even more complicated, more complex. So the meaning of these goals are even much farther away than we imagine. We must also wonder whether we are already halfway through to 2030. If the cities are not static, they're constantly evolving and changing in view of their background history. I think that SDGs, especially SDG 11, would have to be dynamic, even though in 2016 it was seen as a series of elements that could be met. But why? After 7 years of the setup, we are still finding some indicators that are stagnant. And why? Socially, there is a lack of knowledge, and really meeting these goals is something so far off. So I wonder, is there the possibility of discussing this, having in mind those who live in these cities every day, these cities that have been built? For what and for whom? These are not accessible cities. They're not integrated cities. They respond to a model of urbanization that was made for a certain group of people. And generally speaking, a group made up of men, mainly white men, and men from a certain strata. So we fall again in the dynamics of trying to solve the problems of the current cities under that same formula. We would be excluding many groups. We would be excluding women, people with disabilities, people from other races. So thinking about this HCG doesn't include these groups of people, also giving the possibility of get them to dialogue, of questioning the feasibility of this SDGs if we don't consider all of these demographic groups. As our colleague said, intelligent cities without access to all are not intelligent people, cities. Thinking that intelligent people would be that short-term solution, that is something that many people believe in, people who live in the cities, because as was said, 80% of the population live in cities. But how many of these live in poverty? How many of these have access to utilities, to public services. That is what's happening. And thinking about smart cities is so far away. And instead of thinking of this kind of dynamic, I would think about humanized cities where the right to all these services is standard, where we contemplate the active participation of all of these groups. Otherwise, once more, we will fall in the vicious circle, creating cities under the same parameters of urbanizations that gave rise to these cities many centuries back. And this problem has been intensified and it's being reproduced right now. We have to think about that. Even though these SDGs want to attend the general problems of the planet, but still we must say that it would seem that often they respond to a dynamics of the North without responding to the path of Latin American cities or Southeast Asia or the global South. I once more bring to you the questioning on how these cities were built. And right now, halfway, it would seem that we're backtracking. And we're talking about human lives. We must ask whether this should be adapted to the Latin American reality and not continue to the dynamics of changing Latin America to the perspective of these SDGs. I think that there's much to question, much to care for, to pay attention, especially opening civil society to the different crossroads that we are approaching. Thank you.
Gracias, Arturo, por tu.
Thank you, Arturo, for those words. And now we would like to ask the delegations if they have any questions they would like to ask the speakers.
Bueno, les agradecemos la participación y que haya sido enriquecedora.
Well, this has been very enriching, these presentations, and on this SDG 11. I thank you all very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, we thank you all very much, and we will meet again tomorrow as of 9 a.m. on Panel 5 SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. Good evening.